Welcome back, henchmans. Welcome back to Rokenjima and our little theater play, which is what episode 7 seems to be, I guess. We're here with the cooler battler Will as he investigates like 2 rooms, I guess, because it's just the chapel for whatever reason. This is the world Burncastle is constructed for us. It's just the chapel. And we're just talking to people, and they're just spouting their entire backstory for us. So that's nice. We finally got Kinzo's full backstory in such a way. It's kind of making our job easy, when you think about it. Don't gotta worry about anybody lying. Will can just hold somebody's hand, and they're like, here's our entire flashback. Seems like Will has an easier time than Battler because of that. Being the theater goer's authority, I guess, lets you see people's backstory. The detective's authority doesn't. That's very important. Very important distinction, I suppose. By the by, we still have our donation goal running. You can see up there. We're nearly halfway there. If you find it in your heart of hearts to give me money, and we meet the goal, I will do a Sonic Marathon, a classic Sonic Marathon, whereast I will play 1, 2, CD, 3, and Knuckles all in one stream. So, if you would like to see that, consider handing over some big bucks, or some little bucks. Bucks of any size are appreciated. Let's jump into it. I'm excited to get back to it. This game is cool. This story is... Wait, no, I want load. Yes, wait, there's load. There it is. I always forget. It's right here. Here we go. We're back into episode 7. Hanging out with Will and our friend of dubious gender, Leon. Our Ushiromiya OC, who was not here in any previous episode, but they're here now. There they are. Yeah, a lot. Like, basically his entire life. This is kind of an understatement. I mean, we learned a little bit. I feel like we learned some things. I mean, yeah, that's our main goal, but we learned things about Kinzo. I feel like that's important. Hello, Chesto. And hello, Frosty Klondike. Italian pussy does change a man. That's right, we're here investigating another Beatrice. There's many Beatrices. Well, I mean, the Beatrice who hung out with Rosa was kind of killed, but that was more like an accident, so I guess it doesn't count. Everybody's here to mourn a funeral, but nobody knows how this Beatrice died or anything about her. And there's no body. Is the plural of Beatrice Beatri? I don't know, that's a good question. I'm just going with Beatrices. Stop touching his butt. Or keep touching his butt, you know. I'm always up for bullying other men. Yeah, that's true. There are many Beatrices in our story. She is a multifaceted creature. To indicate whom they should talk to next, Will nodded in the direction of Jessica, George, and Maria. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something. We gotta talk about the witch Beatrice. We've got original Italian woman Beatrice. We've got the Beatrice that Rosa fucking tossed off a cliff. Now we gotta learn about this one.
そりゃすげえぜ。確かに魔法だ。
マリアちゃんは
It's
魔女と
magic.
か魔法とかそういうものが大好きですから。
魔女の権威に話を聞かないわけにはいかねえな。
When looking for someone to ask about Beatrice, Maria rose to the top of the list. The Beatrice she spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice, the one Kinzo and the others had talked about. However, there and now, on the Rokonjima of 1986, the name Beatrice probably refers to the person Maria's always talking about.
バトラの姿が見えないな。
Ushiromiya Battler, the one who is forced to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game, this tale. A battler in this world would probably be the peace version, but even so, it should be possible to get some vital information out of him. Will probably wanted to talk with Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the cousins group.
バトラ君は今回の葬儀には欠席しています。
Battler gone.
最も
Battler
年
drowned.
の近いいとことして残念です。
仲はいいのか？
ええ、もちろん。
バトラが何かスケベな失言をするたびに尻をつねってるんだろ。
おや、よくご存知で。推理は可能でしたか？
バトラに同情する。
I don't know about detective instincts, it's probably just basic intuition. Berncastle said that everything we needed was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, that probably means it's possible to find out everything without asking for his side of the story. Or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core elements and making us take the long way around, as part of some fickle witch's game. That does sound like
い
her.
ねえってことは、とりあえず今は奴の話を聞く必要はねえってことだろ。
Yeah, we'd only need to talk to him if he was
マリ
actually
アたちに
here.
話を聞こう。
If he's not
スケベ
here,
な話はしね
then,
えからな。
you know, that one Van Dyne rule about how all the evidence needs to be presented, or I guess that's a Knox rule too.
ならほんの少し言葉を選ぶだけでいいのに。
Keep your hands off my ass. With a roguish smile, Leon pinched the air, index finger against middle. Gonna give you the clamps.
次期当主様だぜ。クソジジイの介護はもういいのかよ。
Leon will punch anybody's butt. There's no gender discrimination here. At least Leon was impartial. No mercy, even for Jessica. Will felt a bit gratified.
そうか。クラウスの子で次期当主ということは、ジェシカは妹に当たるんだな。
They will butt touch anyone. He was so used to Jessica being an only child that, though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural, something didn't feel quite right about it.
ジェシカ、
I know, well, I mean, Leon is
もう少
Berncastle's
し妹ら
OC,
しい言葉
so...
遣いはできないのかい？ついでに言うと、もう少し年頃の女性らしい言葉遣いにも気をつけてみるべきだね。あと、次期当主様なんて呼び方は嫌いだ。
That's right, no butt
いつも言っ
unpinched.
てるよ。
うせえぜ。私は私らしく生きちゃら。次期当主様みてえにお上品に生きてたら息が詰まっちまわ。やめて、つねんないで。
It's so funny how Leon tries to act like all refined and mature, and their way of... Their way of, like, punishing people is pinching their ass.
お客様もいらしているというのに、どうしてまた母さんに言いつけられたいかな？
I feel like Natsuhi would do that anyways.
あれはあれで仲睦まじいな。
リオンは次期当主として火の打ちどころのない素晴らしい人だからね。ま、素晴らしすぎてジェシカちゃんの気持ちもちょっぴりわかるかな。
Almost like there's some sort of
何をしても
OC.
比較される。だからグレると。
もしジェシカちゃんが一人っ子として生まれてたら、
That is not true at all, actually.
真相の令
We've
状にな
had
って
6
たことを
episodes of learning how untrue that would be.
それは面白い想像だね。
安心しろ。あの性格は一人っ子でも変わらねえ。
庄司お兄ちゃん、この人誰？
あなたとは初対面ですよね。でも後ろ宮家にはお詳しそうだ。
It's very interesting how conciliatory everybody is to Will just being here.
彼女はマリア。よろしく。
ウィル、
I guess it's that theater goer's authority is like the detective's authority in that
ベ
way.
アトリーチェについて調べている。 知っていることを聞かせてほしい。
ベアトリーチェ
Oh no. You mentioned her hyperfixation.
ベアトリーチェはいるの。
Though Maria had looked hostile towards this unfamiliar man, as soon as she heard the name of the witch she loved pass his lips, her eyes began to sparkle.
ほら、マリアちゃん。お客様にちゃんとご挨拶をしないと。
こんにちは。後ろ宮マリアと申します。ベアトリーチェを知ってる人がいて嬉しい。握手。
Handshake. Handshakers. That's a terrible anime. Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand, and Will reached out for it reflexively. That's right, I'm sending you into the flashback dimension. As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between their hands. The theater-going power that Burncastle had given him had affected Maria.
ベアトリーチェはね、ロッケン島の
You will
魔女
now
なの。
tell me everything.
いつもね
The handshake
マリアの
compels
来
you!
るたびに一緒に遊んでくれるの。マリアのね、一番のお友達で、マリアージュ・ソルシエールの仲間なの。
The light grew brighter and brighter. This time, he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's world. I'm Ushiromiya Maria. My mama is Rosa. My papa, I don't have a papa. I think I remember Mama showing me a picture long ago and saying, "This is your papa." It was a picture of a man with a dark suntan on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, when I learned what papa meant, I asked Mama to show me that picture again, but she said it didn't exist. Oh, Rosa was in one of those dojins with the Gyaru O's, huh? With the guys with tans and blonde hair. But it had to have existed. When I drew a picture of it and showed it to Mama, she got really mad and said it didn't exist, or that if it did, she had already thrown it away. Ever since then, she kept saying that I didn't have a papa.
知ってる？パパとママがいないと赤ちゃんができないって言われてる。
Oh no, she knows about
それ
Empreg.
は嘘なんだよ。
少女解体か。
Or that.
ミヨ、乙女が身ごもって男の子を。
That was like a really specific scenario, though. I feel like it's more like the exception that proves the rule, Maria. I don't know why you're suddenly into Bible study.
生まれていたなら、それが名前だったかもしれない。
マタイ伝1章20節。
違うよ、23節。20節は、かくてこれらを思い巡らすとき、見つかいが夢に現れていった。ダビデの子
Actually
ヨセフよ。妻マリアを迎えることを恐れるな。その腹に宿る
Why is Maria Catholic now?
精霊に
Yeah.
よるものなり。
I guess Bible stuff is kind of goes hand in hand with occultism, which is what she's into.
パパがいるのが当たり前だとみんなに言われた。パパが
I'm
いない
like
なんて
Jesus.
おかしい、変な子だ、かわいそうな子だと言われた。でも、ママに聞いても、パパなんかいない、知らない、聞くだけで怒られて叩かれた。だからマリアは、自分が誰から生まれたかよくわからなくなった。マリアは人間として正しくない。未熟で不正な存在。
That's true. I guess Kinzo converted to Catholicism for Beato Pussy.
みんなとは違う。おかしな、かわいそうな子だと気がついた。
親も他人も関係ね
That's true. The kanji for Maria's name has the cross shape in it, cause fucking whatever.
え。お前はお前だ。
それを未熟な幼児に教えるのはきっと難しかったろうね。ひょっとしたら幼稚園の先生はいじめられて泣く私にそう諭してくれたのかもしれない。でもそんな慰めでは私の心の空白。疑問。
Yeah, the question's about immaculate birth, I guess.
私の疑問に答えてはくれなかった。
その疑問に答えたのがザ・ブック。
Is Zabuk the Bible?
神父様がね、来たの。
Maria's just going to Sunday school and projecting. It was probably part of some lesson to enrich the minds of children through an edifying tale. To most of the children, it was just an ordinary fairy tale they might have heard from one of their teachers. Actually, I think we were just bored because it was too hard to grasp. Then, at the end, the priest said something important.
神は何でも知っているか。
だからマリアは聞いた。
It sounds more like a Bible study than it does like
ママしかいな
a
い。
fairy tale session. I'm a little confused.
パパはない。パパがなくてもマリアはママから生まれてきた。それはおかしくて悲しいことなのって。
The priest taught me. There's nothing strange about a child having no papa. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin. Why are we suddenly in the Catholic zone? I'm confused. And the one who gave birth to him was the Virgin Maria. Well, no, that's Mary. I don't know, I guess it's similar enough. I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, had been showing me the answer all along. Well, I mean, they say Ave Maria? I don't know. Catholicism is weird. I don't know anything about it. Most of my knowledge of Catholic tradition comes from Daredevil comic books, so...
聖母マリアは一人で赤ちゃんが産めたんだって。じゃあマリアも一人で赤ちゃんが産めるのって。
I mean, you're like 9. You don't have to worry about
神
that
父は何
stuff.
と答え
聖母マリアが赤ちゃんを身ごもれたのは聖霊のおかげだからって。マタイ伝一節20章講談。その腹に宿るものは聖霊によるものなり。
They got that ghost come.
またまたマリアはびっくりした。
Ghost blowjob!
た。お前はこう解釈した。後ろ宮マリアには人間の父はいない。本当の父は聖霊だと。
Maria has a lot of strange beliefs. Regardless of the Bible's original meaning, this young, sad girl, whose lack of a father had caused her to lose her sense of identity, had finally created a way to understand herself.
それを知ったとき、私はなぜ他の子たちと自分だけが違うのかを理解したの。私をバカにするみんなはヨセフの子。でも、
Yeah,
私
fuck
だ
that
けは違った。
Joseph. Fuck that guy.
私はみんなより劣ってなんかいない。私は神の子、精霊の子だった。帰ってママに話したよ。マリアにはパパなんていない。
If Maria was born in America instead of all this like chuny witch stuff, she definitely would have just said she's a mutant like the X-Men. It was probably painful for Rosa when Maria asked about her father. Why did Maria have no papa when everyone else had a papa and a mama? Every time she asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. Then, for some reason, and all on her own, Maria had found an answer that satisfied her. Absolutely, Maria would kin Kitty Pryde. That's like the whole point of Kitty Pryde, is to be relatable to the extra young kids. Because all the X-Men were older at that point. Yeah, and Magic too. She would love Ileana. She had no papa. She was the child of Mama and God. It isn't too difficult to imagine that Rosa, after hearing this young girl's explanation, might go along with it as though it were true.
ベアトは宇宙を生み出す最小の人数を2人だと言った。
She did say
私は
that.
これを両親がいないと子はなせないという意味だと感じた。その時、私は思ったの。
I don't think she meant that, though. I don't think that's what Beta meant at
人間から
all.
生まれた魔女なんだって。ベアトは精霊の子じゃない。でも私は違う。ママだけから生まれた。精霊から生まれた。ベアトは私と一緒じゃなきゃ宇宙を作れない。でも私は、神は我らと共にある。私一人でも精霊と共に宇宙を作れる。
Sure.
ベアトは私を原初の魔女と呼んだ。そしてやがては一人で
You're
全て
filling in a lot of gaps here,
成
I
仏
think.
主になれるよと言ってくれた。私が一人で無から有を創造する。それをベアトが無限に膨らませる。園児はそれを受け継ぎ、語り広げる魔女の使徒だった。
マリアージュ・ソルシエルか。
If we combine our
1と無限
powers.
は大きく違う。
With our powers combined!
だからベアトは偉い。でも無と有の前には1も無限も同じ有でしかない。私は世界で一番の魔女。世界で一番偉い造物主になることを約束されていた子。
Uh-huh.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールはそんな私を温める卵の巣。私は後ろ宮マリア、神と共にあるマリア。
That's great, Maria. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're dying. Like, in 2 minutes. If we liken Maria's sense of identity to a universe, then this endless stream of words coming from her might be like the Big Bang. She spent so long tormented over how to interpret her lack of a father. Then, by chance, she saw a line in the Bible that looked like it secretly referred to her, and she finally formed an understanding for herself. The sad girl who had hated herself for being different from all of her classmates finally found a meaning for her existence. At that moment, Maria's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra-hot, ultra-high-pressured energy. Then, later on, she went to Rokujima, met the endless witch who called herself Beatrice, and the clump of energy exploded in a big bang, giving birth to their magical compendium. That was the universe known as Mariage Sorcière. Uh-huh. This is all her weird fanfic.
話が少し飛躍しすぎだ。
Yeah, you're saying a lot of words right now, Maria.
いいよ。どこから？
You're info dumping again, Maria.
自分は精霊の子だと解釈したお前が、そこから次第にオカルトに傾倒していくことは容易に理解できる。そこからだ。そんなお前がベアトリーチェとどこで出会い、どのように交流していったか。
それは本当にある日突然の唐突なこと。六軒島に住まうベアトリーチェという魔女に私は会ってみたかったの。同じ魔女として。
その頃にはもう自分が魔女という自覚があったのか。
あった。
Will's like squinty eye sprite is so weird
その
looking.
頃には聖書とオカルトでは大人にも負けないくらいの知識があったから。だから私は魔法は使えずとも自分を魔女だと信じてた。
He does have resting bitch
ちょっと滑
face.
稽だね。だから私は魔女見習いなの。
いつベアトリーチェと出会った？
よくは覚えてない。でもその出会いはよく覚えてる。それはとてもとても唐突だった。
Fades in.
そ
Hello.
なたが後ろ宮マリアか。
I'm here now. It was so very sudden. I was just drinking some milk tea all alone in the rose garden arbor. Mama said she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus, so she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realized that she was someone I didn't know at all.
あなたは誰？
会いたいと言ったのはそなただ。わらわの島に魔女が訪ねてくるから出迎えてやった
White woman jump scare indeed. She just
そな
appears.
たはわらわの名を問うというのか。
ベアトリーチェ？
いかにもわらわがベアトリーチェである。
確かに唐突。
It is pretty sudden.
とっても。
She just appears.
魔女や精霊はいつだって私たちのそばにいる。彼らが姿を見せようとしないだけで。そして彼らが姿を見せたなら、それはあまりに唐突に、そして当たり前にそこにいる。私はそれをまさに知ったの。
そしてベアトリーチェと友達に。
A pair of
彼女はママの用事
besties.
が終わるまでずっと私とおしゃべりをしてくれた。魔法の話や魔女の話、マリアが精霊の子であることも。
その時のベアトリーチェの印象は？
It's really interesting how Beatrice just confirms everything you already believe all the time.
知識だけなら私が上だった。最初は彼女のことを大した魔女じゃないと見下しかけた。まあそれは私のうぬぼれ。魔法体験にはいろんなものがある。ましてや私のそれは独学。ベアトの魔法体系とは異なったから、私が一方的にそういう印象を持ってしまったんだろうね。すぐにそれを後悔して謝ることになるの。
謝る？ベアトリーチェが何かお前の尊敬を勝ち取ることをしてみせたのか？なるほど。
Will is pretty cool.
魔法を見
He's
せ
got himself much better put together than Battler, that's for sure. We moved to the beach and talked lots, sitting at a table under an umbrella.
なるほど。マリア、そなたは実に勤勉だ。その年で千年の魔女のわらわにそれだけの講釈をできるとは実に尊敬に値する。して、そなたは何の魔法を使えるのか？
魔法？
そなたが魔女を語るならば魔法の一つも見せられるであろうが。
I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I'd studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Until that day, I had been so sure of both of these things. So when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a daze.
魔法を知り
Claims to be a
語
witch
る
does
に
not
至ってよーく
does not
見る
provide any witchcraft.
そしてそれを魔法という形で実践できてこそ
You are but
魔
a
女と
baby
いうものではない
witch.
か。
You are like a little baby.
まだ魔女じゃないの？
よく学んでいる。そして類まれな才能も感じる。そなたはやがてわらわなど足元にも及ばぬ偉大な魔女、あるいはそなたが言うように造物主の座にさえ上り詰めるだろう。しかしまだ幼く若いそなたはそう見習いだ。魔女の見習いというところよ。
じゃあベアトは魔法を使うことができるの？
You bet your britches.
無論であるとも。魔法を使えずして魔女を名乗ることなどできぬわ。
すごい。見せて！ベアトの魔法見せて！
Alright, check out this shit I can do with a cup. Until this day, Maria had never doubted the magic-themed idea that she was the child of the Holy Ghost. However, no one had ever proven to her that occult phenomena actually existed. Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person, so that she could believe in it even more strongly.
かつてのわらわならば空に虹をかけ、それを七色のキャンディーに変えて自由にかじらせることもできる。
That's a lot of candy. A whole rainbow of
しかし今
candy.
のわらわは姿を保つことさえ満足にできぬほどに衰えている。
さっき聞いた。あの鎮守の社のせいで力が出せない？
That's right, we gotta get some clueless maid to go smash
力を
something
取
in
り
it.
戻すにはかなりの時間をかける。虹をキャンディーにしてやることは今はできぬ。しかしささやかな魔法にてその一端を見せることはできようぞ。
見たい！ベアトの魔法見たい！
よかろう。
Yukaro.
そなたにも協力を求めねばならぬぞ。先ほども言った。いかにそなたが汚れなき魂を持とうとも、人間はもはや汚れ、魔法を
聞いた。
Not the anti-magic
魔法の
toxin.
毒素があるって聞いた。
The icky. Icky and
マリアが持った
gross.
本には載って ってなかった。だからそれを知ってるベアトはすごい。
Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup, then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings.
伏せたカップにキャンディーが
Yeah, we've been over this one.
どうしてわかる
Erica
の？
really hates that one.
ウィルはすごいね。魔女の使う魔法もわかるんだね。
魔女の魔法の基本だからな。
カップは何の仕掛けもない普通のカップだったよ。私は見たく
Erica hates the cup trick so much, but she's gone now. She got turned into glass and shattered. We shot her with a gun. There was a thing Maria desired. To strengthen her belief that there was an occult side to her, she wanted to see the occult outside herself as well. That's why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. She didn't want her own toxin to ruin the chances of learning the miracles of magic.
よいぞ。さあ、そのカップを開けてみるがいい。
キャンディーだ。
Candida!
わらわからそなたへの挨拶代わりと、新しき魔女との出会いと友情に、それを贈ろう。
This was a true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my conceit. I could feel that sense of omnipotence disappear. The idea that I was a child of the Holy Ghost and the most important and special person in the world. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't actually do anything, I'd rather be a witch who can use magic. Ushramia Maria wants to become a witch. Starting off as a witch apprentice, I was already fascinated by Beato.
マリアも本当の魔女になりたい。ベアトの弟子になりたい。
謙遜を。そなたには十分な才能と。
You know many
日々の
things, you
精
just
進がある
can't do them, so actually you're like a little baby.
かつての力のあるわらわならともかく、この程度の魔法しか使えぬ衰えたわらわでは、弟子を。
マリアは魔女の弟子にはなれない。
うん。わらわの弟子にはできぬ。しかし、友人
We
には
can
で
be
きる。
besties! We can be besties instead.
うん。わらわとそなたは、これより友人だ。これからも共に、深き魔女の世界を語り合おうではないか。
I will give you my Discord.
ベアト、ありがとう。
The secret marriage sorcier group DM.
いいや、それは土産にせよ。食べずに、そなたの可愛らしいカバンに収めよ。
お家で食べる。
マリア、そのキャンディーは魔法で生み出されたものだ。ゆえに、脆い。そなたがわらわの存在をその毒素で否定
Nobody likes
したら
melty candy.
溶けて消えてしまう。
やだ。ベアトからもらった大切な魔法消えるの嫌だ。
ならば、わらわという魔女に出会ったことを決して忘れてはならぬぞ。そなたがわらわとのささやかな約束を守る限り、そなたがまたこの島へ来るときは、再びわらわがそなたを迎えようぞ。
守る。約束って何？
まずはそうだね。家へ帰ったら手を洗う。うがいをする。めんどくさがってはならぬぞ。魔女見習いの
Which
立
just
派な
sounds like
修行の
chores.
一つであるぞ。
守る。毎日お家に帰ってきたら手を洗う。うがいをする。そうしたらまた会ってくれる？
約束しようぞ。そなたがわらわとの約束をきっちり守れたなら、そなたの体は清められ、わらわもさらに魔力を取り戻す。さすれば、次に来るときは、より素晴らしい魔法を見せようぞ。
約束守る。絶対。マリアは
It sure could be easily interpreted as just someone saying she's Beatrice and is like, okay, you gotta do good girl things like washing yourself and then I can show you more magic.
良き心がけである。
Sure, it just sounds like someone humoring a little girl.
早く一人前の魔女になって、わらわの良き友人に成長してくれることを心より願っている。
これが私の初めてのベアトリーチェとの出会いだったと思う。
そのもらった飴は
Friendship
家に
is
帰って
magic,
も
that's
ちゃんとあ
true.
ったか。
でもその存在を少しだけ疑ったから。
It was all melty, oh no. Melty candy is the worst.
私は彼女を疑いかけ
Melty
た
blood
こと
on the other end is
後
pretty
悔
good.
したよ。もしもっと疑っていたら飴は消えてなくなっていたに違いない。そしたら私は目の当たりにした魔法の奇跡の証拠を失うところだった。
飴が溶けていたのか。
飴というよりはキャラメルだったと思う。
I mean, caramel
溶け
melts.
かかってぐにゃぐにゃだった。
それは何月頃の話だ。
詳しく覚えてない。でもミルクティーがアイスだったことは覚えてる。それが何？
何でもない。
Don't worry about
ベア
it.
トリーチェに出会ったことはローザには話したのか。
うん。その日のお夕飯の時にみんなに話した。クラウスおじさんに笑われた。そしたら隣の席のママにその話は終わりにしなさいって怒
Typical
られ
Rosa
た。
behavior.
おう。
隣の席。序列上お前の席はローザと隣り合わないはずだ。
親族会議じゃないもん。ママとマリアだけが訪ねた時の話だから、クラウスおじさん一家全員とママとマリアしかいない。席は詰めるから親族会議の時とはお席がちょっと違うの。
うん。お前の隣の席にローザだったんだな。
うん。それが何？
何でもない。ベアトリーチェとロッケン島以外で会ったことは。
ないよ。だって
It's almost like Beato has to specifically be somebody on Rokujima all the time.
マリアの体に乗り移ってもいいよって
This
言
is,
ったけど、
I feel like episode 6 made this
島
very
からは
obvious.
離れられないからできないって言ってた。
その後は
She did say she was Jesus too. That's pretty funny.
私たちは大の仲良しになった。ベアトと話せば話すほどに彼女は本当にすごい魔女だと思い知ったよ。彼女は会うたびにいつも素敵な魔法を見せてくれた。そして私とは異なる魔法体系を聞かせてくれて、二人で魔法の深淵を語り合ったよ。私は早く彼女の高みに登りたいと思った。ベアトのような魔女の域に達したいと願った。
ベアトリーチェを母親に紹介したことは。
ないよ。ママは毒素が強すぎるからまだ会えない。
Rosa is very toxic, it's true.
大人はほとんどダメだって。みんな汚れてるから。
お前以外にベアトリーチェの姿を見ることができた者はいるのか。
最初は無理だった。魔力が弱いからね。毒素に少しでも近づくと体が壊れてしまうって。でも次第に魔力を蓄えてマリア以外の毒素の少ない人の前にも現れられるようになったよ。
それは誰だ。
あんまり多くない。使用人の一部の人だけだった。
Yeah, it's very funny how Will kind of talks much more frankly and just gets straight to the point compared to Battler, who like pussyfoots around a lot for some reason.
具体的には。
Like, he's very frank in how he asks questions, even to Maria.
今日いる使用人全員。
And who could have thought that somehow gets answers way faster than Battler ever did?
ゴーダさんは違うと思う。
Wow, all of the servants were like, yeah, we can totally see Beatrice.
つまり源氏、シャノン、カノン、熊沢の
All everybody
4人という
who
ことか。
went way along with Kinzo's weird magic shit, huh?
あと南條先生も
Yeah, exactly. Battler's really scared to get answers sometimes, even when he wants them. Apparently, they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Of course, they had only come by for minor things, like bringing some more tea. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice and even talked with her.
使用人たちはベアトリーチェとはどう接していた？存在しないはずの客人だ。驚いたりはしないのか？
しないよ。だってベアトリーチェはお屋敷のもう一人の主だもの。
She said the servants treated Beatrice as an honored guest. And sometimes they were permitted to witness new miracles of magic along with Maria.
つまり1986年の六軒島でベアトリーチェに実際に会えたのはゴーダを除く使用人4人とお前とな。
ベアトもそれ以外の人の前に現れるにはもっともっと魔力を蓄える必要があると言ってた。
つまりそれ以外の人間の前にもやがては姿を現すつもりだったわけか。
すべての人間たちに自分を認めさせる日こそが自分の復活の日だって言ってた。
I feel like a lot of this is kind of going over stuff I already know, but I guess it's important for Will, who might not know all this. Maria, the servants, and Nanjo had acknowledged her. She had probably appeared before new humans one by one, starting with those whose anti-magic toxin was the weakest. Beatrice's game was to increase the number of humans who could recognize her, until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. That, there can be no doubt. In that case, the last person Beatrice needed to appear in front of would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Does this mean Beatrice thought Battler would be the hardest to convince? It seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. Episode 7 does have pretty good music so far. However, if we go with that chessboard thinking Battler loves so much, Beatrice is trying to make people acknowledge her existence. Therefore, you might say that she is a character who can't exist unless people acknowledge her. Battler reached this idea himself as soon as the first game. Yes, there's something different about the Beatrice of 1986. She's different from the Italian Beatrice. I like that's her label, the Italian Beatrice, or the Cuadorian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist. The Beatrice of 1986, the one we're so familiar with in a mysterious way, yet who has no existence. What does it mean to kill this Beatrice who has no existence? The minimum number of people required to create a universe is 2. However, Maria said that even a single person could give birth to a universe. And yet, Maria desired a second person. A second person to nurture the world she had given birth to alone. Because if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear. Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create Beatrice is 2. However, even a single person could give birth to her. And yet, that single person desired a second person. A second person to acknowledge the Beatrice created by the first person. That meeting with a second person is the scene Maria has just described. The single person who created Beatrice looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice, and selected Maria. We don't need Furuto Erika's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was a sleight of hand. Maria, believing in the story about the anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. The caramel Maria had been given as proof of her meeting with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted. In a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, it was only natural for a caramel left in a bag to melt. Ushiramiya Maria, the girl who's too trusting and will accept the story easily. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl, who had, in the language of witches, very little of the anti-magic toxin. The creation of Beatrice can be thought of as an egg being laid. Yo, eggs? When a single person creates her, it's little more than a daydream. She's still inside the egg. If and only if a person acknowledges her, the shell will crack and she'll appear. Have any of you read Demian by Herman Hesse? Or watched Lieutenant, which likes quoting it? She only appear if a second person comes to warm the egg. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched, and the chick was born. In that case, Mariage Sorcière, which nurtured Beatrice and her magical compendium, was like a nest. This is Beatrice, a woman with a dignified presence, who calls herself the Witch of Rokkenjima and claims to have lived here 1,000 years. That sounds less like the chick Beato who appeared in the previous game and more like Beato the Elder. So, did the meeting Maria has just recounted mark the birth of Beato the Elder? The egg itself had already been created by the first person. Between then and the meeting with Maria, it matured immensely inside its shell into a character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Then, when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched, and the Witch of Rokkenjima finally gained a form. Perhaps that moment marks the birth of the Beatrice of 1986. The younger chick Beato was born out of love for Battler. Since that birth hasn't yet occurred at this point in time, the birth of Beato the Elder and the existence of Beatrice at this moment must have nothing to do with Battler. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Burncastle? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the spectators. Great, thanks a bunch! Thanks for pressing the button on your soundboard, Burncastle. She pushed the button on her soundboard.
マリアはベアトに魔法で叶えてほしい願いがたくさんあるんだ。
Yeah, thanks for that reading. There we go. So, you know, obviously this is all... I've outlined my obvious, and now very much in my head, very blatantly confirmed at the end of episode 6 theory that Shannon is Beatrice. And I feel like this only supports this. She wanted an identity to be acknowledged, so she went with Maria first, because Maria's literally a baby who will go along with anything you say. And so that was an easy way to get a sense of satisfaction from someone validating a certain identity. Or, you know, just playing with a kid. But that was before she met Battler.
だからベアトが復活するのに協力してるの。
願いとなんだ。
いっぱいある。内緒。
Yeah, they also had shared
ママを守って
interests.
ほしいか。
どうしてウィルは何でもわかるの？
Like Shannon's talked about before, being interested in the rumors of the Golden Witch and stuff.
すごいよ。
魔女に願わねば取り戻せない世界だと。
And she and Cannon both talk about, you know, how being part of the orphanage and partially raised by Kinzo means they all know about weird magic stuff, so that's how she could easily bond with Maria.
お前らも思っているのか。
ママは
It's all coming together. The pieces are falling into place, henchbuns.
優しい。いつまでも一緒にいたい。永遠に。
Are you sure about that?
今度はマリアージュ・ソルシエールについて聞きたい。どうした？
やだ。
何？
私喉が渇いちゃったか
I
ら。
don't want to talk to you no more.
またね。
Maria became suddenly formal, bowed her head, and left without waiting for a reply. It was a very un-Maria-like thing to do. I see. So the Game Master has moved the piece. Apparently, she's telling me to ask about something different. At some point, Leon had started chatting with the other family members. Jessica seemed to be getting irritated at having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin is very strong in these two. At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Maria showed me the point of view of one who believes. Now to hear from those who don't. Transition. Eye catch. This is like where the anime says, Full Metal Alchemist.
さっきはその次期当主様のせいでお見苦しいとこを見せちゃって。
あざになってねえか。あ
Probably.
いつマジでよし。
They pinch real hard, apparently.
ジェシカ、何か言ったかい？
何も
Jessica obviously has to
何
know
も。もう
something.
十分懲りたって。
Leon, who had apparently been chatting away with the adult siblings, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. Looks like the older sibling's firmly in control around here.
あいつ、その上地獄耳だな。ようやくリオンってやつが理解できてきた。
そうそうそうそう。昔から妙に勘が良くって。その上ほら、大人受けが妙にいいし。
They're too smart.
私は家でも学校でも比べられてる。
そういえばリオンは中学も高校も生徒会長だったね。バドミントンの部長もやってたよね。
行く先々で
Badminton?
リオンと比較されてひでえ目にあったという。
Badminton is such a nerdy sport.
私は中学に入って行ったぜ。その時はもう副会長やってた。
It's like tennis for dorks.
来年は生徒会長になる気だろう。私の肩身が狭くなるからやめてくれって。でも翌年にちゃっかり立候補して当選しちゃいやがった。高校でもそう。今度こそやめてくれって言ったのに、その時点でもまた副会長で。
But what's better than being vice president? Than being
ま
president?
た3年になるのと同時に会長になりやがった。父さんはちやほやちやほや。母さんはあなたも妹として恥ずかしくないよ頑張りなさいってチクチク。
頑張りなさい。
でもそんなリオ
She's
ンの
burning
妹
with
である
rage.
ことを誇りにも思ってるんでしょ。
別にそんなこと思ったことはねえぜ。ああねえぜ。全然ねえぜ。
上が完璧だと息も詰まら。だが他人は他人、お前はお前だ。何も萎縮することはない。お前のしたいように精一杯好きにしたらいい。
もちろん。
Sounds like something Battler would say.
でも母さんたちは後ろ宮リオンの妹として恥ずかしくないよう後を引き継げってうるさい。生徒会に入れだの、バドミントンやれだの。
軽音楽はやっていないのか。
Don't talk about how I play Toho song covers. Apparently she's keeping it a secret from her family. Interesting. People tend to blame things on their family and how they're raised. But this Jessica girl always likes doing the same thing, even in a different world and a different family. It's admirable that she has such a true and constant interest in something.
俺は好きだぞ。
Your characterization is so consistent, Jessica.
ペッタンペッタンとか。
Pettan, pettan, suru
ス
pettan.
イーツスイーツとか。
I also like Toho, Will says. Nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort, like Leon, but kids who act their age do have their charms.
そういう生き方が一番だ。謳歌しろ、青春を。
Will, you look like you're like 25.
ありがとう。
Why are you talking like an OG-san? Apparently, no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived, and the direct way Will had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment.
今度はお前たちに話が聞きたい。
さっきマリアちゃんとしていた？
そうだ。ベアトリーチェについて知っていることを聞きたい。
マリアちゃんはオカルトや魔女のことが大好きだからね。彼女にとってベアトリーチェはアニメのヒロインと同じ憧れの存在なんだよ。何か些細なことがあるたびにそれを魔女の魔法によるいたずらだと信じてる。
Yeah, I guess if you're an agent of heaven, you get to be a twink forever. Twink death is not real.
そしてそうは思ってもマリアには絶対に言わないところも大人だ。
当然さ。 子供の夢は子供の時にしか見られない。その貴重な経験を尊重するのが大人の仕事だと思ってるよ。
お前とは話が合いそうだ。
George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. However, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams is the adult thing to do, that might be worthy of further scrutiny. When she got candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then the adults followed his lead and actively supported the story, as adults should. However, we can conceive of a similar situation coming up besides an adult interacting with a child. For example, what about a subordinate interacting with a superior? If Kinzo, tyrant of the Uchinomiya family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would actively support that story, as his subordinates should. Though Beatrice only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say that the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the Uchinomiya family, even among those who had never seen her. However, no matter how deeply that concept penetrated, she was only viewed as a sort of fairy tale character. It would be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into reality. So, a person attempting to do this would need to perform acts that no one could explain without magic. These acts were the witch incidents, starting with the window-opening pranks played by Beato the Elder, and ending with the closed-room murders. Beato the Elder talked about this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she made her existence known. Beatrice, why were you willing to go so far to make everyone besides you accept your existence? Because that fiction will become the truth if everyone acknowledges it? Because at that moment, the being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and will become human? In that case, until Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. She's furniture. Boy, they're laying it on thick now, isn't she? Who are the characters who are always literally saying exactly this? There's like only 2 characters who say exactly this thing all the time, and we just learned those 2 characters are the same person and that there's only 16 people on the island. Why would furniture want to become human? I seem to remember this being a theme in the previous game. Yeah. Okay, I guess Genji says it too. But he doesn't say it as fucking much. It's because they want to gain a right. Furniture cannot... Brah. You're thinking about how much you want to... Furniture, aren't you? So they try to become human because they want the right to... Why are you even blanking it out? You've said it before. It's a 4-letter word. It's literally been said what that right is. You're just messing with people who forgot at this point. You're messing with people who weren't paying attention. It's extremely simple. After all, it's directly connected to the reason Chick Beato was born in the first place. Without... It cannot be seen.
なるほどな。分かってはいるが、複雑だ。
Yeah, you can't neglect the heart.
ベアトリーチェの葬儀に参加しておいて、こんなことを言うのも申し訳ないけれど、僕も説明できるほど、ベアトリーチェという人物のことに。
It's weird how we're at her funeral, but only like 2 of us believe in her
申し訳ない。
as a person.
その話は、ここに住んでるジェシカちゃんの方が、僕よりももう少しは詳しいかもしれない。そういえばジェシカちゃん、こちらの方を紹介したっけ？いや、
実はまだ。
It's fine.
お客様
I've been reading all the books. We basically know each other.
どっかの誰かのせいできちんと挨拶もできなかったぜ。
A bit late, Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar guest. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She even lifted the corners of her skirt in a curtsy.
はじめまして、ジェシカと申します。本日は後宮家へようこそ。いや、そのお日柄もよく。
Close enough. You did fine. You can stop
ミ
now.
ラードだ。ウィルと呼べ。
Jessica's greeting had been one of the old-fashioned sort. So Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady, bending down on one knee, taking Jessica's right hand and kissing it. Ooh, a little smooch! A little smooch from Willard! Not expecting her greeting to be returned in such an old-fashioned and formal way, Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. However, Will had returned the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way. Jessica is cute, so he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow.
何かおかしいことをしたか？
Jessica is a cutie. Everybody loves embarrassing the tomboy.
お前の知っているベアトリーチェの話が聞きたい。
A sparkle leaked around the edges of Will's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's hand. How do you keep doing this on accident? You should get it by now, Will. You do a little handshake and you get the backstory. Looks like the theater-going power is having its effect on Jessica. Didn't mean for that to happen. Oh, well.
ベアトリーチェのことだっけ？
This is what you want anyways, right?
話してもいいけど、
Well, you want to know their innermost thoughts.
今にして思うときっと寝ぼけてたんだと思うから。
お前は何を知っている？
Tell me your backstory, girl.
笑わない。聞かせろ。
いいよ。どこから話そうかな。
To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is sort of like one of the 7 mysteries of the Ushiromiya family. You've heard of those, right? Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories they can pass down. Like, on some days the piano in the music room will start playing by itself, or the skeleton in the science room dances around at night. Ooh, spooky! Spooky, scary skeletons. Everyone's heard of them. But of course, that doesn't mean they believe in them. The stories about Beatrice were the same. It was just one of those strange tales about our way too big mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things during their night patrols. Sometimes I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghost stories, but I didn't pay it any more attention than that. That's how little it mattered to me. So during my normal everyday life, I would completely forget about the name Beatrice. Of course, when that huge portrait was first hung, it definitely felt creepy. Even I tried not to meet her eyes after dark. It's like one of those Scooby-Doo paintings, the eyes follow you. So it's no surprise that the servants found it eerie. But that only lasted for a short while. We all walked by the portrait every day. We gradually got used to it, and eventually bored of it. I didn't really care anymore about the portrait of the mistress from Grandfather's Delusions.
だろうな。年に何度も来ない親戚連中ならともかく。
そういうこと。だから親族会議になると親戚たちが必ず肖像画の前で決まってベアトリーチェの
Big topic of icebreaker conversation starter that Beatrice.
定期的に思い出させられるのさ。
ベアトリーチェ、また遊びに来たよ。また新しい魔法を書いたの。後で見てね。
マリアちゃんは本当にベアトリーチェが好きだな。おじい様が肖像画を掲げて以来、大喜びみたいだ。
あれ、エンジェは？
キリエおばさんと薬を飲みに戻ったよ。
Ange is just like a babby right
エ
now.
ンジェは本当に体が弱えな。バートラとは大違いだぜ。
緊張すると体調を崩すタイプなんだよ。僕も昔は遠足の日や映画の日なんかに限って体調を。
それに比べたらマリアはタフだぜ。新島からこっちに来るまで
Sure
の
is
間
convenient that
ずっと
Ange is like
ベアトリーチェの話
never
しちゃうんだ
around
さ。
even when she was a babby and got taken to the island.
ここしばらくずっとだけど、ちょっと行き過ぎだよな。
いいんじゃないかな。子供の想像遊びだよ。ジェシカちゃんは子供がサンタクロースに会ったことがあるって言い出したら嘘だって言っちゃうのかい？
まあ、そこまでは言わね
I'm
えけど。
calling you out. Calling you out for lying about Santa Claus. Maria kept talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. She promised to play with it later, as if she was talking to a living human. George, a man, seemed to think that this behavior from a younger member of the opposite sex was cute. But to be perfectly frank, Jessica, who was the same sex as Maria, found this behavior a bit unpleasant, even though she realized that she was dealing with a younger girl. At one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However, Maria's behavior seems to signify something more direct than mere fascination. Something more definite, more vivid. Am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I'll bet the others all notice too, but try to ignore it because of that adult dignity George Nissan is always talking about. Listen, she's just on the spectrum, okay?
申し訳ないね、諸君。当主様は高尚な研究で大変お忙しい。
He's drinking that, he's on that absinthe
昼は書
bin.
斎で取られると仰せだ。
I feel like this is code for Kinzo drank too much absinthe again. Until a second ago, Kinzo's children had been complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. But now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during the annual family conferences.
それでは皆様。
Oh, hello, Koda.
ラン
How
チを
long have you
始
been
めさせ
working
てい
here?
た
I
だ
thought
き
he
ま
was
す。
new.
遠方よりお集まりの皆様をおもてなしできるよ。
I thought
この
Koda...
号だ。
I thought the conference of 86 was his first one.
腕によりをかけてご用意させていただきました。
No one's stomach would fail to rumble after hearing that from the great chef Goda. The Golden Chef! By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone had stopped talking about Kinzo's absence. It was now Anja's absence that was being discussed. Apparently, her stomach ache had gotten so bad that both she and Kyrie couldn't make it to lunch.
かわいそうに。ゴーダ、後でキリエさんに相談して、おかゆのようなものを用意するように。
ああ、気を利かせてくれてありがとう。本当にすまねえな。どうも緊張に弱い子みたいで
な。幼いうちはそんなもんや。吐いたりしないだけ可愛いもんやで。
ジョージはよく吐いたわね。昔は本当に病弱だったの。
George was such a pukey baby, you wouldn't even know.
ねえ。
Thanks for telling everybody, Mom.
昔の話は許してよ。食事時にする話じゃないよ。
おー、
Yeah, we don't have a sprite for baby Anja. That's why she's never in these
いい
scenes.
え、かわいそう。こんな美味しいご飯なのに食べられない？
かわいそうにな。元気になったらその分いっぱい遊んであげよう
Miss
ぜ。
not appearing in this story.
ダメ。マリアとは遊べない。
なんだよ。どうして？
だってマリアはベアトリーチェと遊ぶんだもん。
No other girls allowed. It's me and Beatrice time.
ベアトリーチェと遊ぶって、またどっかに一人で行ってぶつくさ独り言言いながら本を読んでるだけだろ。
Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice, and that feeling slipped out through her words. Oh, there you go, you set her off.
一人じゃないよ。
Look at her face, she is literally blue in the face. Maria may be young, but she does know how to read a person's tone. She immediately burst out in anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally, Rosa would have stopped her at this point. However, she happened to have gone to the bathroom at the moment. So there was no one to calm Maria down. Oh, she's doing the thing
ジ
again.
ェシカはかわいそうだね。毒素の塊だもの。ベアとはまだまだ魔力が弱いからジェシカの前になんか現れたら焼き散らされてしまう。でもね、いつかきっとジェシカの前にも現れてくれるよ。誰の前にも。そして黄金鏡の扉を開いてもら
Oh,
う
the
の。
Golden Land!
でも招かれるかわ
I'm
から
gonna
ない
summon
ね。
Eldritch from the graveyard, and then you'll all see.
だけどマリアだけは連れて行ってもらえるの、黄金鏡に。でもジェシカはダメだよ。ジェシカはダメ。ベアトリーチェのことをバカにする無知猛昧愚昧曖昧愚かも極まれりの汚ら
Oh,
しい
she's
毒と
going
まみれの
off.
人間風情。
Look at that whole paragraph of her going off.
ベアトリーチェのことをバカにされた時のマリアと来たらまるで別人さ。
マリア二重人格説なんてのもあったな。
二重人格。ああ、そいつは多分ぴったりな表現だろうな。あるいはそれがマリアにとっての理想の人格だったのかもしれない。
自分のなりたいもう一人の自分を生み出すの話が。
なんで私の持ってる
Gosh, I wonder who else could be doing this.
難しく考えるな。頭痛になら。
It was something Jessica once told Canon. She had been talking about how anyone can create another self in the image of the person they want to be. Very interesting that she was specifically talking to Canon about this. I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting stuff's been mentioned since very early on. Yeah, let's remind you of all the hints we've given you.
誰だって自分が本当になりたい自分があるんだ。でもなれない。生活やしがらみの中に今の自分がいるからこそ今の自分を変えるなんてことできやしないんだ。
そうだな。
Wield that hammer a little more roughly, why don't you,
環
Ryokishi?
境も変えるということだ。それは容易なことじゃね
え。だから私は今の自分はそのままに本当になりたい自分をもう一人生み出すことを思いついたんだ。
両家のお嬢様であることを強いられ窒息しそうな日々にお前はなりたい自分を見出した。
だからって家で破天荒はできないさ。母さんに怒鳴られるのがオチだぜ。だからそうした。家にいるおとなしく親の言うことを聞く私に加え本当になりたい私をもう一人生み出したんだ。
家ではおとなしく親の言うことを聞き表ではやりたいようにやる正しい生き様だ。胸を張れ。
ありがとう。まあつまりなりたい自分ってのはその気になりゃ案外作り出せるもんなんだよな。マリアも同じなんだろうと思った。
興奮してまくし立てるマリアもそうだというのか。
あれこそがそう思うことがあるよ。
親族で一番の年少で可愛がられてはいるが
She demands respect.
何を知っても覚えてもそんなのは親族の誰かが知ってる。
And it upsets her.
マリアにバレることは何もない。私たちはマリアが何かを覚えるたびに微笑ましく褒めてたつもりだけどひょっとしたらそれが彼女を傷つけていたの
She
かも
doesn't
し
like
れない。
being patronized.
マリアは何かの権威になりたかったということか。
It's something that all young boys and girls think when they want to shake off their childhood. It's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you. But when you realize that your parents already knew that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. When a kid learns their one-digit times table, their parents will probably praise them. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask mean questions like, then what is 11 times 11? Or what is 16 times 16? Or something similar. If that happens, the kid will lose his feeling of accomplishment and will start to feel as though he could never surpass his parents.
だからマリアが誰も知らないオカルトに関心を持ちその知
Rose is
識を
definitely
深め
the
ていった
kind
の
of
は
person to do
容
that
易に
stuff.
想像できる。多分マリアにとっての理想の自分というのはみんなに尊敬されるオカルトの権威の自分なんだ。
普段の生活でオカルトの話ばかりしていたらローザにぶたれるからな。お前がそうであるように普段はもう一人の自分を隠しているという。
私はこんな時のマリアをそうだと思ってる。いや本当の自分が普段の自分を塗りつぶしてし
She
まっ
forgot
た
to
とい
take
う
her
べきか
normal
も。
pills.
私もそういうのをちょっと覚えが真相の霊場に憧れて病弱な自分になれたらいいなと思って咳する真似ばっかしてたら悪い癖になって。
咳込めば周りが優しくしてくれるからか。
If I was sick and dying,
Yeah.
people would be nice to me.
嫌な話の流れになった時とか空気悪い時とかに流れを断ち切れるし。
なるほど。それもまたお前の なりたいもう一人の自分なんだな。
この話は
Don't
内緒で
tell
頼む
anybody
ぜ。
my secret. I am not a frail wife at all. Then, just what is Maria's other self? An authority on the occult who can out-argue even adults? Or else, does it have to do with her relationship with witches? Either way, denying Beatrice in front of Maria is clearly taboo. In her search for something more than her everyday life, Maria found it in Beatrice and inside herself. In that case, is going to the Golden Land with Beatrice Maria's wish?
話が脱線したか。まあそんな感じで、ローザおばさんが戻ってくるまでマリアは癇癪を起こしちゃって、よせばいいのに、私も売り言葉に買い言葉で返しちゃって。
Never argue with an, like, well, I guess she would have been younger, like a 6-year-old.
ベアトリーチェなどいるわけないと。
そんなとこいるもんなら合わせてみろよって。マリアが大泣きしだした頃にはさすがに失言が過ぎたかと後悔もしたぜ。
それで
親族会議自体は私が一方的にマリアに対しギスギスして終わり、マリアはケロリとしてたよ。一人でどこかに行ってまたベアトリーチェと一緒に遊んでたうんぬんと楽しそうに語ってたから、私を含め誰も頭ごなしに否定したり
No
なんかしない。
arguing with the child.
もうそういうものなん
Never
だ
leads
と
to
思
a
って
good time.
聞き流して無視してるってのが正解さ。
親族会議の話はそれで終わりなのか。
この話自体はね、私がしたいのはこれが終わって親族がみんな帰ってからの話さ。
What happened after? Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. If Maria had just stayed mad, we would have made up with each other, and I could have put it all behind me. But since Maria got over it, it felt like I was the only one unsatisfied.
おやお嬢様、どうなさいましたか？お暗い顔。
ああ、熊沢さんか。いや別に大したことは。親族のみんなは無事に帰ったかな。
時間通りならもう新島の空港に着かれているでしょう。お嬢様もお疲れ様でございました。
私は何もしてねえぜ。
Thanks, Grandma.
使用人のみんなも本当にお疲れ様。
昨日のマリア様との喧嘩をまだ気にしておられるのですか？
うん、まあね。
子供の言うことではあ
She
りま
is
せん
but
か。
a baby.
お
She'll
嬢
forget it
様
in
も
like
もう
2 days.
高校生なのですから深く気にすることもないでしょうに。
熊沢さんはマリアのあれ、子供の言うただのザレ言だと思ってる？
ベアトリーチェ様のお話でございますか？
熊沢さんもベアトリーチェ様と来たもんだ。
Beatrice is the name of grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realize that, as a servant, Kumasawa can't speak of her indiscreetly. Still, that's now become the name of the fictitious witch who lives in this mansion. And it's almost natural for people to call her Sama. Just like
ベアト
me.
リーチェなんて
People gotta
私
refer
た
to
ち
me
が
with
森
that,
へ
of
行かない
course.
よう大人がでっち上げた階段だぜ。それをいつの間にかマリアが面白がって本当にいるかのように振る舞い出しやがった。
そんなことを言っては罰が当たりますよ。
Do not be mean to
ベア
Beatrice.
トリーチェ様はいるのです
She's
から。
gonna get you.
だからさ、そういうのダメなんだよ生理的に。ジョージ兄さんの話じゃねえけどさ、サンタなんかいるわけねえとまで騒ぎはしねえぜ。だからってサンタが本当にいるわけじゃねえ。
それは間違いですよ、お嬢様。
間違い？
はい。万物、八百万には神様が宿っておら
Oh,
れる。
she's going all
同
Shinto.
じように、この島、このお屋敷にはベアトリーチェ様が宿っておられるのです。神様と同じく、ベアトリーチェ様も敬っていれば、何も害はなしません。お嬢様の言うように、いないも同然でしょう。しかし、敬いを忘れれば、 必ずや罰が当たります。
The
これは
curse!
何もベアトリーチェ様に限ったことではないのですよ。
バチが当たるなんて上等じゃねえか。会えるもんなら会ってみてえぜ。
She'd make you fight a butler, man. Watch out.
バチ当たりではいけませんよ。
He has dandy step.
お嬢様、
本日はお疲れ様でございました。
Yeah, the yaoi butler is
ゴーナさん
dangerous.
さ、ベアトリーチェの話は知ってるよな。
まあ存じているといえば存じておりますが、それが何か。
The two looked at each other. They looked like a pair who had just heard a clueless person suddenly utter a forbidden word.
ぶっちゃけ聞くぜ。いるの？そんなお化け。
いるかいないかと言われれば、それはいないでしょうが、多分。
Probably.
私はきっといらっしゃると思います。
どうしているって？会ったことあるの？
直接会ったことがあるわけじゃありませんけど、その
Shannon spoke in detail of how she'd sometimes feel a strange presence or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. And each time she started, Jessica would immediately cut her off, saying she must have seen it wrong or been mistaken.
ゴーダさんだって会ったことあるわけじゃないだろ？
もちろんですとも。しかし、まあ。
He was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Goda was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he'd never met. This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was a resident of this mansion herself. They were acting as though someone else, someone she didn't know, was living there. Of course, she didn't like it.
ちょっと待った。今の話をもう一度。
と言いますと
The spooky story.
貴賓室の話ですか？
Goda and Shannon had been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of those drew a reaction from Jessica.
そうそう。今の貴賓室の話。面白いぜ。
Goda and Shannon glanced at each other. After all, it hadn't been a cool story to either of them.
貴賓室には午前2時に入ってはいけないですか？
Why not? That's very
午前2
specific.
時にはベアトリーチェ様が貴賓室にお戻りになるので、
That's a new one on me. We haven't heard this one
近づい
before.
てはいけないですか？
そうそう、それそれ。面白いぜ。どの話もベアトリーチェらしきものを見たの聞いたのって体験談ばっかだけど、その話は違うぜ。午前2時に貴賓
This
室
is
に
going
行
to
け
be
ば
the greatest
ベアトリ
YouTube
ーチェ様
challenge
にお
ever.
会いできるってわ
Stay
け
in
だ。
the VIP room at 2 in the morning.
それはどうでしょう？
お嬢様、ベアトリーチェ様を悪く言った使用人にはたたりがあると言われています。
You don't want to be
貴賓
cursed!
室はベアトリーチェ様のお部屋。
いくらお嬢様でもそれはおよしになられた方が。
貴賓室って今は鍵がかかってるんだっけ？鍵は？
鍵はキーボックスにあったでしょうか。
多分源氏様がご自
Go
分の
steal it
席
from
にしまわ
Genji.
れている
Snatch
と
it
思い
off
ます。
him. Use your pickpocket skills.
マスターキーでも開くんでしょ？貸してよ。
そういうわけには参りません。
Hey, who's in charge
お嬢
here?
様、好んで不吉な場所に近づくことはありません。
おいおい、人の家を勝手に不吉にするんじゃねえぜ。とにかく私は決めた。マスターキーが貸せないなら貴賓室の鍵はあるでしょ？貸して。
お嬢様。
To Jessica, the expressions worn by the pair felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. They're very spooked. In Jessica's eyes, the ill-omened thing wasn't the witch or the VIP room. It was them, Maria and the others who believed in witches. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree, and she made them bring her key to the VIP room.
ベアトリーチェが本当に貴賓室に現れるかどうか。
Yeah, she's gonna record it, post it on 1986 YouTube.
そんなとこだぜ。しかし
Shot on
私は
Chidio.
何を意地になってたんだろうな。年派もいかないマリアとの喧嘩を引きずってたに違いない。
Of course, the weather just had to be terrible on that particular night. To be honest, I slightly regretted sticking my nose into something so pointless. But I'd already said so much, and even borrowed the key from them. I couldn't just go to Shannon the next day, have her ask me how it went, and answer, well, I gave up, because it was too scary, tee-hee-hee. Normally, I go to sleep long before 2 a.m. If Mom found me wandering the corridors at that time of night, she'd definitely yell at me. So I waited in my room, staring at the hands of my clock as it ticked closer to 2. Outside, the rain was incredible and the wind strong. The swaying, rustling trees were particularly eerie. I'd complained to Shannon and Goda about making up ghost stories about my house. I was starting to feel like those ghost stories might not be so impossible after all. Spooky. The Ushiromiya mansion is huge. Honestly, I can't think of the entire mansion as my own house. As Mom says, the hallways of the Ushiromiya mansion should be treated like public roads. In other words, my own room is part of my home, but the hallways and the rooms I don't usually enter are outside. So while part of me felt that this VIP room ghost story was ridiculous, another part of me was so creeped out that it kept frantically trying to convince itself that the first part of me was right. Only 10 minutes left till 2. If I want to be inside the VIP room at 2, I need to get there before then. Let's see what spooky encounter Jessica has. If any at all. Nothing's going to happen. I know that. It'll just be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes. I touched the doorknob to the door of my room, and was startled by how unpleasantly cold it was. As long as I stayed in this room, I could laugh off anything. After all, this was my room. But it wouldn't be like that in the hallway. That's outside my territory. And the doorknob, the barrier between the two, is ice cold. Idiot. What are you so scared of, me? I'm me, she says. You aren't taking Shannon's, Goda-san's, or maybe Kumasawa-san's gossip seriously, are you? I'll prove it. There's nothing strange in the VIP room. The corridor was only dimly lit. Before lights out time, the hallways were brighter. But to avoid wasting energy or something like that, we kept the lights to a minimum at night. So even though I was inside my own house, it was very clearly the middle of the night here. If Mom found out that I was wandering around at a time like this to do a test of courage in the VIP room, which I'm not even supposed to go in, I'd get in a lot of trouble. To make sure she didn't find out, I tried to hide my breathing and my footsteps, so the silence felt unbelievably loud. Even though it was so quiet, the eerie sound of the wind was noisy. The sound of twigs rustling, the sound of some pillar in this old mansion creaking. What's that sound like a beak tapping against the glass? Though it was so quiet, all of the little suspicious sounds made it seem noisy. Damn, I'm an idiot. Why couldn't I have brought a flashlight at least? A flashlight to use inside my own home? Huh, that's even more idiotic. I stumbled this to myself, hoping it would drown out the sound of the wind just a little. Then, I saw it. The door to the VIP room. This was the VIP room, the room for important guests. However, as far as I know, it had never been used before. None of the guests who came to this mansion were important enough to be given use of this room. Though I'd been clutching that key the whole time, it didn't feel warm at all. It so ruthlessly and icily tormented me. Or maybe that was a warning. If you go back to your comfortable room and hide in your bed, this night will pass like any other.
バカにすんじゃねえぜ。ここまで来て、今さら引き下がれるかってんだ。
That's right, don't bitch out. Even though the key was freezing in my hand, telling me to go back, it slipped into the keyhole quite easily. All that's left is to turn the knob, open it, and I'll be inside the VIP room. It's not like I've never been in there before. Long ago, I explored and played hide and seek all the time, and this room that I rarely entered seemed unusual and exciting. However, I got in trouble for going in and was told that this room was important, so one mustn't enter without reason. After that, they made a rule of locking up unused rooms and I couldn't go in anymore. So, it's probably been several years since I've gone into the VIP room. In fact, it might be more than 10 years since the last time. The inside of the room was probably changed from how I remember it. Come to think of it, even then I felt that there was something unsettling about it. Slowly, I pushed the door open. The door was light, and even after I let go of it, it kept opening by itself, as though beckoning me in. Beyond it was a darkness as thick and heavy as ink. Even the dim light that peeked in from the corridor seemed bright in contrast. Gulp. I stuck my head in, feeling about for the light switch next to the doorway. This was a horribly awkward and uncomfortable way to do it. All I had to really do was step inside and search for the switch from there. Unwilling to take even a single step into the room, I timidly stuck my arm into the darkness and felt along the wall. Click! Oh, see, nobody's here, it's fine. The switch, which was hardly ever used, felt stiff and lifeless. However, once the light turned on, the darkness vanished in an instant. And there, exactly as it had been, as though not a thing had changed in all these years, was the VIP room. The curtain and bed cover might have been slightly different, and maybe the chairs and the like had changed too. Still, if I had to put it in words, I'd call it the feel. The feel of the VIP room. The stiff, lifeless feel of this room hadn't changed. If I hang around here, someone might find me. I'd rather not have Mom find me here. I readied myself, and though I couldn't even bring myself to enter this room when the lights were out, I finally entered. As soon as I closed the door, I felt an oppressive, suffocating sensation. All right, I've shut myself up in the VIP room. Bring it, Beatrice.
今何分だ
I looked around the room, but I couldn't see any clock. I'm not in the habit of wearing a watch around the house. Damn, now I'm not sure what time it is. Still, I know there's only a few minutes left at most. I try to suppress my desire to use going to get a clock as an excuse to run away from this place. I know the vibes of this room are terrible, aren't they? Even so, just standing around like this was boring. When I looked around again, searching for something to sit on, I found something strange.
なんだよこれ
What have we here? Oh, that's creepy. It had been placed on the side table next to the bed. This room had been used often. I'd have thought it was just one of the owner's personal belongings. But no one lived in this room. So this can't belong to the room's owner.
お供えかよ
Spooky. Everybody loves a good creepy doll in a horror story. It's gonna come alive like Chucky. It really did look like an offering. A small French doll was sitting on the side table. The doll's hair was gold. It was wearing a black dress. Just who managed to find this doll, and where? There's no doubt that someone placed a doll here to symbolize Beatrice. Does that mean this doll is supposed to be the owner of this room or something? And looking like an offering to that owner, there sat a small plate with several cookies and wrapped chocolates. It was all set out neatly, and there was no dust piled up on the doll. In other words, both the doll and the offering were taken care of on a regular basis by the servants. Kept in good condition along with the rest of the room. Taken care of? No, it's more than that. It looked like an offering, no, like some sort of worship, a prayer saying, "Please don't curse us." So even though the doll was more than eerie enough by itself, viscerally it was even more unnerving to imagine it being kept safe and worshipped in a place like this.
バカバカしいぜたたらないでくださいって柏手でも打つのかよ
Yes. Jessica forced herself to look away from the bizarre doll. She couldn't bring herself to sit on a bed that wasn't hers. Then again, she didn't really feel like sitting down on a chair either. She had lost any desire to sit on anything in the room. It's all so spooky. I wandered about aimlessly, then peeked out the window through the gaps in the curtains to stare at the dark, rainy night. What the hell am I doing? Hanging about in the VIP room this late just because they fight with Maria is still eating at me? This is totally pointless. Beatrice, just when did that strange witch start living in this mansion? Grandfather's always yelling about Beatrice. Since it's apparently the name of his dead mistress, people started talking about how her ghost must haunt this mansion. There's that kid's horror story about the witch in the forest, which might be a ghost story made by the adults to stop the kids from going in there. The portrait grandfather had hung in April was really striking. And there was also that weird epitaph. The creepy words on that, which sounded like some sort of ceremony with human sacrifices, made the name of Beatrice seem all the more unnerving. At some point, those stories mixed together, and now people say that the witch Beatrice exists. I don't believe in Beatrice. I know she's just a fictional person made by the fusion of a few horror stories. The Beatrice who was grandfather's mistress probably did exist, but she wasn't a witch. The story of the witch of the forest was made up by the adults to prevent their kids from getting lost in the woods. That was just a made-up story, not reality. In fact, I've heard the adults that were once scared of the kids. I've heard that the adults here once scared the kids with stories about wolves living in the forest. That's a weird error. Apparently, the kids realized that wolves couldn't possibly be there, so it was changed to the witch. When the portrait was hung, that once vague character suddenly had a face, and people acted as though she'd been around since long ago. That's right. It's all a ghost story someone made, a fiction. And Maria calls Beatrice her best friend, and servants worship her like a household shrine. I just don't get it, and it creeps me out. Ooh! The sudden ring of the phone made me jump so hard I thought my heart would explode. There was a phone on the bedside table across from the one with the doll, and it was ringing noisily. Zoinks! However, I was only surprised by the first ring. By the time it had rung 3 times, I'd regained my cool enough to grumble about this being a prank done by someone trying to scare me. If I rush to pick it up, I'll probably hear someone laughing at me saying, "Were you scared?" And I thought about ignoring it instead, but it kept on ringing incessantly. It was a pretty loud sound to have going on this late at night. If Mom somehow manages to hear it from her room, I'm screwed.
Hey, hey. 取るぜ。取ってやるぜ。ああ、驚いたとでもいやいいんだろ。
I decided to pick up the receiver. I'll just say that surprised me, wahaha, and maybe follow that up with, looks like Beatrice didn't show up after all. After all, this is my victory, in a sense.
もしもし。
She didn't say that anyways.
ベアトリーチェ、こんにちは。
Maria?
マリア？
I don't get it. Did I hear that wrong? Why would Maria be calling here?
もしもし？
この間は楽しいお歌を聴かせてくれてありがとう。だからお返しに
We have 2 congratulations. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all of it clearly belonged to Maria. But what's she talking about all by herself? Oh, thank you for adding that. Maria just kept on talking happily as I stood there, stunned and unable to interrupt. Eventually, Maria started singing an old, familiar kids song that even I knew. I don't get it.
マリア？もしもし？ちょっと待てよ。歌うのやめろよ。なんなんだよ。わけがわかんねえぜ。もしもし？
The voice and the lights, everything disappeared. In the pitch black, I couldn't see anything, couldn't tell what was happening. I don't get it, what's going on? What? Does being in darkness really slow us humans down so much? I know it's dark, but I really have absolutely no idea what just happened. What was that shuffling sound just now? I'm not sure. I can't explain it. I heard an incredible slithering sound like someone crawling out of a bed. I didn't think I'd hear it. It wasn't that vague. I definitely heard it happen right next to me, clearly. However, there was no change to the bed. No one had been sleeping there in the first place, and the sheets were still perfectly straight. Someone had crawled out of the bed and had laughed in a creepy voice before leaving the room. That's what it felt like. Felt like. I'm here, and the bed's right there. I'm not the only one in the room. I'm not only in the same room, I'm right next to it. So why am I so unsure about what just happened a few seconds ago? I gripped the receiver, which had gone completely silent, and waited there alone, unable to move, in a quiet room that seemed exactly identical to the one I'd entered. Huh? What? Nothing's changed since the beginning. I can just pretend that the last minute or so didn't happen. And yet, if something has changed, that would prove that something really did happen.
なんだよ。
Now you're thinking like
ね
Battler.
えんだよ。
Did it fall to the floor? No, it's not there. No matter where I look, from whatever angle, it's not there. The offering plate with the cookies and chocolate is still here, but the thing they were being offered to, the doll, is gone.
嘘だ。
Ooh. Then, what just happened? Is the Beatrice-sama doll supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? No, that crawling sound was too loud to have been made by a doll. It was a noisy sort of sound, like a kid playing with a blanket and using it as a cape. Then what? Is that Beatrice-sama doll supposed to have turned into a human and then run cackling from the room? Well, that's just silly.
嘘だ。
After that, nothing happened. The doll alone disappeared, and nothing else changed. In a VIP room that had remained completely unchanged and was filled only with the sound of wind and rain, I stood there, too shocked to move.
人形は結局見つかったのか。
物陰からベッドの下まで探したさ。それこそ中に入り込んでまで。でも
All
見つから
gone.
なかった。
一体あの部屋で何があったと考えてる。
Like Zoink Scoob?
ベアトリーチェ様のたたりなんて思いはしねえぜ。あるいは使用人の誰かのいたずらだったかもしれね
いたずら。
え。マリアの声はあらかじめカセットテープにでも取ってあって、それを午前2時ちょうどに電話して再生ボタンを押した。そしてほどほどのところで配電盤か何かで停電させた。それからあらかじめ
There's
貴
using
賓
your
室の
noodle.
どこかに隠れてた誰かが気持ち悪く笑いながら人形を持って出て行った。そう考えりゃ辻褄は合うぜ。
釈然とはしてないようだな。
そりゃそうだ
I
ろ。
know, you didn't even say it in
だ
blue.
ってこれが私を脅かすためのいたずらだとしたら大掛かりが過ぎるぜ。
They made Maria sing beforehand and recorded it. Then, someone called the VIP room and replayed that recording. Then, someone waited until exactly the right time and tripped the breaker for the VIP room. To turn off the power to the VIP room, you'd have to go to the basement. There's a switchboard booth down there in the boiler room. There's no phone line down there, so you'd need a different person to play back Maria's tape. And you need another person to hide in the VIP room and cackle before leaving. And just how long would this last person have to hide in the VIP room beforehand? How long would they have to hide in the pitch black VIP room, under the bed, for example, waiting to scare Jessica, who might or might not even come?
魔女のたたりなんてあるわけもねえぜ。でもよ、人間のいたずらだと考えて私を驚かせるためだけに何時間も暗闇で待
That
ち
is
構えて
pretty
たって考え
creepy.
る方が
People be creeping on you.
私はよっぽど薄気味悪いぜ。
同感だな。いっそたたりの方がマシだ。そのことを後日使用人たちには聞いたのか。
聞いたってとぼけるに決まってるぜ。
They wouldn't tell me jack
それに
shit.
最低3人だぜ。あの日は源氏さんと郷田さんと熊沢さんとシャノンの4人が泊まってた。そのうちの3人があんな薄気味悪いいたずらに加担したってのか。わけわかんねえ。だから私は聞けなかった。
True, it had been a strange experience for her, but it wasn't something completely impossible for humans to do. Even so, it really must have been more unnerving to imagine a large number of people planning so carefully just to scare Jessica. So surprised that Jessica found this scarier than Beatrice's curse. Everybody's teaming up to bully you.
使用人たちがお前をはめたと信じてるか？
いや、多分ビビっちまった私の勘違いなんだよ。きっと人形はどこかに転げ落ちて、私がたまたまそれを見つけられなかっただけなんだ。
すべて気のせいだったと言いたいのか？
人形が消えた以外、何の変化も証拠もない。マリアにも後日聞いたけど、歌のことも電話のことも知らないと言われた。とぼけたのか、本当に知らないのかはわからないけれど、とにかくあの晩のあの出来事は私が確かにあったと言い張ってるだけで何も証明することができない。
皮肉だな。たとえお前が本当にベアトリーチェに会ったと言っても、それを証明できないのと同じだ。
Indeed.
しばらくはショックだったけど、時間が経って、あれは臆病な私が落雷か何かで一瞬だけ停電したのにびっくりして、庭木の枝がちぎれてバサバサ落ちる音を誤解したんじゃないかなって思えるように。
笑い声は？
変な鳥の鳴き声とか、とにかくそう聞こえてしまう何かの聞き間違いだったかもしれねえ。
Beatrice the strange bird.
私は強がってるだけで、本当は信じられないくらい臆病だったんだから、あんなことがあったように誤解してしまったんだ。そう考えるようにして、あの晩のことを忘れようと自分に強く言い聞かせた。
すべては闇の中か。
人間忘れようと思えば結構できるもんだよな。
Yeah, remembering things is for people who are ugly and don't have to think more to make up for it.
嫌な気持ちが込み上げる。
I don't remember things all the time. I choose to delete them from my brain.
おしまい。私に話せるのはこの程度の話だけだぜ。情けない話だから、誰にも内緒に。私がビビリだったって誰にも知られたくねえからな。
Big Chicken Jessica.
わかった。最後に
A whole 10 piece.
一つだけ質問したい。
貴賓室のことで？
違う。食堂でのことだ。
食堂？
お前の階段の直前の親族会議の日、食堂には親族全員が揃ったな。
ああ。
Except Battler hadn't come back to the family
それ以
yet.
外は全員いたよ。もちろんじい様は除くぜ。
演者は腹痛で空席だったな。
That's right. No Kinzo, Anju, or Battler.
お前の隣の席だな。
そうだぜ。
それはお前の右の席だったか？
そうだぜ。右の席だよ。
Okay, where are you going with this, Will? What does any of this matter?
あれ？おかしいな。どうして右？
十分だ。無理に考えるな。頭痛になる。
Okay.
どうしたんだい、ジェシカ。
But they weren't sitting in like rank order at the time, so I don't think that's has anything to do with it.
何を悩んでるんだい？
いや、その右、左。
おかしなジェシカ。
Jessica doesn't know her rights from her lefts.
どうビル？ジョージ兄さんやジェシカに何か聞けました？
まずまずだ。ベアトリーチェの階段はなかなか面白かった。
階段？どんな話ですか？
午前2時の貴賓室にベアトリーチェの亡霊が現れるという話だ。なかなかおっかない話だった。
It was a little bit creepy. I don't know. Everybody likes a creepy doll story.
初耳です。誰が言い出した話か知りませんけど、仮にも当主様の恩人を階段にしてしまうなんて失礼な話ですね。
模範解答だな。
何か？
リオンは 碑文はわかるか？
碑文？何の話です？
You know, how do you not
ベ
know
アトリーチェ
anything?
の肖像画のところにある。
You live here, don't
例
you?
の碑文だ。
すみません。何のことかさっぱり。
What is going on with you?
懐かしき故郷を貫く
Tell me what you know about
愛を
that Sweetfish River.
何ですかそれは。
お前の、いや、この世界には肖像画はあるのに碑文はねえのか。
But Jessica knows about the epitaph, right? She
玄
mentioned
関
it.
ホールに掲げられてるベアトリーチェの大きな肖像画は
Or
私
did
だっ
she
て
not
もちろん
mention
知って
it?
います。
Maybe it was just Will who mentioned it.
碑文の話はわかりません。何の話です？
面白い違いだ。リオンはずっと六軒島で暮らしてきたな。
無論です。それが何か？
子供の頃、森には近づくなと脅されてたはずだ。
ええ、迷子になって危ないから決して近づくなと昔から。
Why is there no epitaph? That's like the whole point of, you know, Kinza's like inheritance plan here.
森には魔女が出ると。
Is he really just planning to give it all to Leon without anybody having to solve
魔女？
something?
何の話です？
黄金の魔女にして六軒島の夜の支配者ベアトリーチェ。
ベアトリーチェはおじい様の恩人です。それを魔女だか妖怪だかのように扱うのは少々失礼かと思いますが。
魔女の。
Yeah, I know Leon is the inheritor. And we have that new silver ring. I guess in this world there is no epitaph because Kinza really does plan to give it all to her.
黄金とともに
And
潜水
also,
艦でやってきたベアトリーチェと隠し屋敷で育ったその娘の話は知っていますよ。あなたと一緒に
and also
さっき
there's
したで
no
はあり
witch
ませんか？
Beatrice? But
それが
okay, Jessica
いつ
talked
魔女
about
になっ
that,
たんです？
so
なるほど。そうきたか。では、森に入ると何が出ると脅された？
森には狼が住んでるから近寄れない。
hmm.
魔女でなく狼か。
Jessica said a little bit ago that the wolf story existed, but they switched to Beatrice at some point
なるほど
instead.
な。面白い。
私は面白くありません。何の話です？
Wait a minute.
魔女って何のことですか？
こっちの話だ。最後にもう一つ聞きて。
どうぞ。
Is Leon the baby from 19 years ago that Natsuhi dropped off a cliff? Is that why their knowledge ends before the epitaph was put up?
親族会議の食堂で、お前の右には誰が座ってる？
Is that the whole twist?
私の向かいは妹のジェシカ。その次の序列はエヴァおばさんの息子になります。だからジョージ兄さんですけれど、それが何か？
なるほどな。紛らわしく入り混じってやがる。だが、面白い。
私には全然さっぱりですが。
Don't worry about it. That would also explain why Leon's gender is uncertain, because I don't think Natsu ever specified the sex of the baby. Like, even they might not know, because they're actually just a dead baby. That's my theory now, I guess. That's what I'm rolling with until the game tells me otherwise, because I think it's interesting. I always figured that baby had to come back into play.
ベアトリーチェを誰が殺したのか。
ああ、大体な。
Oh, okay, we're already here.
まさか当主様が殺したなどとおっしゃるつもりはないでしょうね。
ベルン・カステルが求めてるのは、金蔵と関わった二人のベアトリーチェじゃない。1986年のベアトリーチェを誰が殺したか。
Alright, let's see how this goes.
その今年のベアトリーチェという意味がわかりません。魔女のベアトリーチェとは何の話なんです？さっきの話といい、碑文とやらの話といい、そろそろ教えてくれませんか？
いいだろう。もったいぶる気もね。
All right, let's. Yeah, Will's very open. Let's hear it. Let's lay it
ま
out.
ずはじめに魔女のベアトリーチェとは何のことです？
厳密には人ではない。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェという名の概念だ。
階段そのものだと。
さらに厳密には階段さえも概念を生み出す一
話がさっぱりです。
This is so confusing,
階段
Will.
は本来三人称や二人称で語るべきものだ。それを一人称で語り出したやつ。
Yes. You mean okay? I don't know why I didn't say, but
六
whatever.
軒島の悪霊伝説や子供を森に近づけないための作り話が金蔵が繰り返すベアトリーチェベアトリーチェの嘆きで
Oh, Beatrice!
魔女伝説を醸成していった。その架空の魔女に憧れて会いたいと懇願したのが後ろ宮マリアだ。それに応えたやつがいる。
さっぱりな話ですが、腰を折らずに相槌を打ちましょう。答えたとはどういう意味です？
後ろ宮マリアは気の毒な生い立ちによりオカルトに執着するようになった。
Unfortunate is an
その
understatement.
彼女に同情したやつがベアトリーチェに扮してマ
So-
リアを遊んでやったという。
That's what it started as, anyways, and then it kind of grew out of control, it seems. Maria tends to recognize people by their behavior rather than their physical appearance. Though Rosa is only one person, Maria calls her mother the Black Witch when she gets violent. And at these times, Maria views Rosa as a different person, separate from her mother. Yeah, that's Eva Beatrice. In other words, even when a person visually looks the same, she tends to view them as multiple different people depending on their attitude. The song is really good, by the way. This fact puts the scene where Maria first met Beatrice in a new light. After being chased out of the mansion by the adults, Maria decided to have some tea in the rose garden. At that time, someone probably started talking to Maria. Then, when they heard this occult-loving girl talking happily about how she wanted to meet the witch Beatrice, this person acted as though Beatrice was possessing them. On the outside, they didn't look like Beatrice. However, when their manner of speech and behavior changed abruptly, Maria would recognize them as a different person. Yeah, this makes sense. Because everybody but the detective can be subjective in their perspective, in the way they view the world. So, because Maria's built interestingly, any scene where she's talking with somebody who looks like Beatrice is just her personal perspective. That Beatrice could be someone else entirely. It's only just because she recognizes that person as Beatrice does she look like that to us, the viewer, the theater goer. That's why her appearance was so sudden.
マリアにとっての魔女やオカルトはある種の現実逃避と見ていい。
Uh-oh. March from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is approaching our
彼
location.
女は満たされない現状が魔女の力で打ち破られると信じていたんだ。
It's unhealthy!
だから
Get back in the
魔女の存在を
wheelchair!
信じたかった。それを信じれば自分が幸せになれると信じられるから。
確かにマリアちゃんはローザおばさん一人が育ててますし、ローザは確かに少し気の毒なことは思いますが、
心をないがしろにす
Do
るんじゃ
not
ねえ。
neglect the
だから
hearts.
マリアは信じるために信じた。ベアトリーチェが見せた手品まがいを心の底から信じたんだ。それは彼女の心を大いに慰めただろう。そしてここに魔女ベアトリーチェが誕生したんだ。
魔女に会いたいと願うマリアちゃんのために誰かが魔女ごっこに付き合ったと。
そうだ。
This marks the birth of Beato the Elder. All of that about living 1,000 years and being bound to Rokonjima, that was mixed into the story of ghosts wandering the mansion at night, which was part of the legend of Rokonjima's evil spirits. As Furuto Erica guessed, the two ghost stories had fused. Right, because, back before the island was Rokonjima, it had a bunch of stories about, like, evil spirits and demons and stuff, unrelated to Beatrice. Someone fused the two stories together and acted the part. So Beatrice held traits from both ghost stories. She was a master of the mansion's night, while also fearing spiderwebs. And who was the first person who brought up how Beatrice fears spiderwebs way back in episode 2? It was Shannon.
そのベアトリーチェを演じた心優しい誰かを殺したのは誰かという話なのです。
似てて少し異なる。演じたんじゃない。異なる二人なんだ。マリアにとって黒い魔女と母。
That's how they beat the goat that was pretending to be Shannon. Shannon used spiderwebs.
マリアにとってベアトリーチェとそれを演じた人間も別人物になるんだ。
It was just like Mariage Sorcière. One person would be the creator, and the other would acknowledge those creations, thereby nurturing the illusion. The Golden Witch Beatrice was also created by one person, and then nurtured when Maria acknowledged her.
つまり演じた役を殺してもそれは演じた心優しい誰かを殺したことにはならないと。
よりしろが失われただけではベアトリーチェが殺されたことにはならないってことだ。
Sure.
電話で例えると分かりやすい。俺とお前が電話で話している。
Ring, 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 ring.
その時
Beatophone.
俺にとって電話は話しかける対象であり、お前そのものだ。しかしもし電話を壊したなら。
なるほど。電話を殺せば私と話すことはできなくなりますが、しかしそれは
マリアは初期のベアトリーチェに自分に憑依してもいいと言った。それは明白に初期のベアトリーチェが肖像画の姿を模していなかったことを示す。
Maria thought of it as Beato possessing someone.
演じた魔女役と演じた人物は別人という考え方で、演じた魔女役のみを殺す。そんなことができるんですか？
演じた本人
Not killing the vessel, but the concept of Beatrice the Witch.
すなわちベアトリーチェを殺したやつとは
Oh, interesting.
ベアトリーチェを演じたやつ
But
と
why?
同義だ。
We need the why done it, I think.
マリアちゃんと魔女ごっこをした相手が
You know, if everything I know at this point about Shannon and Canon and Beatrice is true, that means it's Shannon who killed the character of the witch. But why at this point?
そうなる。しかしややこしいことにこの礼拝堂は今猫箱の内側の世界だ。その犯人という名の猫は生きた猫と死んだ猫の2匹がここに同時に存在している。
本当にややこしい。
I don't get it at
さ
all.
っぱりですが、先を促しましょう。つまり犯人は2人いるとおっしゃりたいので。
そうだ。ベアトリーチェを殺すことができる人間と、そもそもベアトリーチェなど産ませもしない概念ごと殺すことができる人間、
Interesting.
その2人がここにいる。
Is it both Shannon and Canon by that logic then?
ではお尋ねしましょう。
Or is it
ベアトリーチェ殺人事件、その2人の犯人は誰です？
まず最初の一人、死んだ猫。
誰です？
お前だ。
Yeah, oh, okay. Baby. You're the baby.
はあ？
非常に単純な推理だ。
You're not even, that's fair. It's so easy to, like, guess Leon is a key to this. They're not even supposed to be
お
here.
前の存在する世界にだけ魔女ベアトリーチェが存在しない。
意味がわかりません。
マリアもジェシカも魔女ベアトリーチェとの話を聞かせてくれた。しかし彼女らの親族会議における
Yeah, that's
食料の
right.
席順にはお前が含まれていない。
Jessica said Anja was to her right, which wouldn't make sense if Leon was there.
私が含まれていない？
マリアはローザと共に六軒島を訪れた。そして隣の席にはローザがいた。ありえない。お前がいるならばローザの次の序列はリオンになる。そしてジェシカになる。 次がマリアになるはず。
There should be two people between Rosa and Maria in rank. In that case, they should be sitting on opposite sides of the table and separated by one seat. In other words, in the world where Leon exists, it's impossible for Maria to be sitting next to Rosa.
ジェシカの話も同じだ。
I thought Maria said something about how they weren't sitting according to rank that day, though. I mean, maybe that was just bullshit. Them trying to justify Leon's existence to
お
themselves.
前が序列に加わっているなら、金蔵の席を正面に、左列にリオン、右列にジェシカ、そして左列にジョージ、右列にエンジェとなる。ジェシカとエンジェは、リオンがいてもいなくても隣り合う。しかし、リオンがいるかいないかで、その席が右になるか、左になるかが異なる。
Yeah, Anja would be to her left. In the world where Leon exists, Anja's seat is on Jessica's left. However, if Leon doesn't exist, then Anja's seat is on Jessica's right.
1986年の魔女ベアトリーチェを語る人間はみんな
They
お
can-
前のいない世界を語ってい
In a
る。
world where Leon exists, Beatrice can't, and in a world where Beatrice exists, Leon
そ
can't.
してお前の世界では
Interesting. Where is this all going, though?
お前にとってベアトリーチェは金蔵の愛人もしくは恩人であって化けて出る亡霊ではない。
当主様はベアトリーチェとの深い愛情を育まれたのでしょう。どうして化けて出て階段になるのかさっぱりわかりません。
I can see the pieces, I just can't see how they fit together, or what this means.
お前が存在すると魔女ベアトリーチェが存在しない。
Like, where does Leon, what is the significance of
お前
Leon
の
even?
存在はベアトリーチェを殺してる。
私がベアトリーチェ殺しの犯人だと。これ
Well, one
は
of
おかしな
two.
話になったものです。会ったことはおろか、話もよくわからないのに犯人だなんて。
Will is very cool. He's a fun guy.
裏を
Takes his job very seriously.
お前が存在しなければベアトリーチェが生まれるということだ。
裏を返せば
Flip the
私とベア
chessboard!
トリーチェがコインの裏表とでもおっしゃるので。
いい例えだ。その通り。お前というコインの裏側がベアトリーチ
And
ェ。
never the twain shall meet.
何のことやらさっぱりです。
俺もお前の存在がさっぱりだった。だが、いろいろと話を聞いていく。
Tell us about the theory, I
お
want
前
to
の
know.
存在につい
Because
て
I don't really get it right
一つ
now.
の仮説が立った。それはお前が19歳。
Okay, yeah, she's the baby.
あなたに年齢を明
The
かした
baby
覚えは
that
な
fell
か
off
った
the
のですが
cliff.
ご名答です。どうして？
ジェシカはお前のことを入学した時にはもう副会長で、その翌年には生徒会長になったという。
Yeah, they're definitely the baby that Natsuki accidentally threw off the cliff that Kinzo told her to
これ
adopt.
はお前の年齢がジェシカより
And if I
一つ
remember
上
right,
であることを示す。
when Natsuki recounted this, she said that when she told Kinzo, he like laughed it off and said something like, "Oh, Beatrice, you escaped me again." So maybe if Leon is around, Leon is thought of as Beatrice's vessel or something. Jessica is 18 years old, so Leon must be 19.
なるほど。それで私が19歳だと何の仮説が立つというんです？
お前が後ろ宮夏日の子ではない。
Yeah, you're the baby Kinzo told her to adopt.
失敬な。何の気まぐれかは存じませんが、私だけでなく。
I knew this had to
母
come
も侮
back
辱
and be
する発言には
significant at
撤回を
some
求めれ
point.
ばなりません。
That one was an obvious
な
play.
ぜ次期当主はクラウスではなく、お前の。
私が成人するから受け継がれるのです。
Yeah, but why? Why not when Kraus dies, like how it usually
私にも
works?
子が生まれたら、成人した時にそれを
That's not how it works, though. It's only when the person dies.
なら、なぜ金蔵はクラウスが成人した際に当主を譲らなかった？
当主様の話を聞かれたでしょう。当主様は後ろ宮家の老快な親族たちに振り回され、辛い思いをされました。だからこれからの当主は若者が受け継ぐべきだと思い。
お前のいない世界では次期当主を証明する。
Okay, then why not give it to Kraus when he was young?
お前が指にしているその銀の指輪は、金蔵がお前に当主を継承したいという 他の世界にはない強い意志の証明だ。
Yeah, you specifically, not not any successor. It has to be Leon.
当主様は私を特に可愛がられておいでで、
It's because he thinks you're Beatrice.
私が幼い頃から成人したらすぐに当主を継承させる。その日に備え、学業を
Beatrice
怠る
like
なと
4.
厳しく言われてきました。
He was oh.
しかし、お父様にその資質がないとは思いません。なぜお父様を早々に飛び越して私が次期当主なのか不思議に思ったことはありますが、ずっとそうだったのでその疑問を口に出したことはありませんでした。
なぜ金蔵はクラウスよりお前に強く当主を引き継がせたかったか
わかるわけもありません。また心をないがしろにするんじゃない
The
とおっしゃるので、
hearts!
当主様のお心から何が推理できるとおっしゃるんですか？
お前がベアトリーチェと金蔵の
That
子
makes
供だから
sense. Clap, 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 clap.
お見事。
Hello, Berncastle. So the baby Nazi he accidentally threw off a cliff was a child between Kinzo and Beatrice. Probably the second Beatrice, gross incest baby. There was a crisp applause and a mocking laugh.
ベルンカステルだ。
案外早かったわ。
Which explains why Kinzo reacted like he did.
もう少し思考を遊ばせてくれると思って。
You're way more competent than Battler. This would have taken him like 3 times as long. Berncastle appeared sitting on the altar, almost as though it had become her own personal chair.
いつリオンがベアトリーチェの血を引くと。
I knew that thing about Battler being the child had to be a twist, like a red herring.
19歳という年齢に気づいた時だ。第5のゲームの時に登場したヒント。19年前の赤ん坊。
That was such an obvious red herring to me.
その赤ん坊は
Battler being that baby that fell off the cliff.
夏日に受け入れられ、崖から落ちなかった19年前の赤ん坊がリオンだ。裏を返せば、夏日に拒絶されれば、リオンは存在しない。
Cat box. You're a cat in a box.
私が母さんの子じゃない。バカな。そう言いつつも心当たりはあるみたいね。そうよ。後ろ宮リオンは夏日の子じゃないわ。19年前に金蔵がどこかより連れてきた
Somewhere.
赤ん坊の成長した姿よ。
どこかじゃねえ、明白にベアトリーチェの血を引いている。その証拠があまたの世界でリオンにしか与えられない銀の指輪だ。
この指輪があるとどうして私がベアトリーチェの血を引くと。
あまたの世界でお前にしか与えられない。それは全ての世界の中で金蔵にとってお前は
Yeah, Silver
ベア
is
トリーチェ
second
の次に
place.
最も重要な人間であることを示している。そしてそれは実の息子のクラウスや孫のジェシカを
He hates them all, except for you.
そしてさらにお前の年齢である19、すなわち19年前に何があったかを遡れば導き出される一つの推理がある。
19年前、私が生まれた時に何があったと言うんですか？あなたも聞いたはずよ。それも今日ウィルと一緒にね。まさかローザおばさんの話だというのですか？
そう。第3のゲームでローザの話が出て、第5のゲームで
Yeah.
赤ん坊の年齢が時間軸で一致したとき、一つの推理が生まれた。あの金蔵がどこからともなく赤ん坊を連れてきて自分の血族に加えろというのも、その赤ん坊が特別な存在であることの証拠だ。
Yeah, that baby was with Beatrice too, the Kuadorian Beatrice.
クワドリアンのベアトリーチェ。
Yeah, you're a gross incest baby, Leon. Isn't that great?
クアドリアンのベアトリーチェは潜水艦で来たベアトリーチェの娘だ。しかし金蔵は 彼女をベアトリーチェの娘と思わなかった。生き
I'm
写し
making
生まれ
Beatrice
変わると
2
信じ
and
た。
then 3.
その生まれ変わりがかつての年齢にまで成長し、まさに生き写しとなった時、金蔵は
Yeah, he did something really gross.
聞きたくありません。
そういうこと。金蔵はベアトリーチェの娘をベアトリーチェとし、さらにそのベアトリーチェに
There's so we put a Beatrice in your Beatrice, so you could Beatrice while you Beatrice. That's way too old a meme.
ということね。
これが金蔵の心から考える、金蔵がお前を誰よりも特別に扱う理由の必然の推理だ。金蔵は過ちを悔い、お前を今度こそ子孫として後ろ宮家に正しい形で。
I mean, sure he did an incest, but he felt kind of bad about it.
夏日はほとんどの場合、プライドをひどく傷つけられ、リオンの育児を拒否するわ。その結果、あんたは必然として崖から落ちて消える。
結婚後、ようやく授かった子供が私で、年子で生まれたのがジェシカだと聞かされてき。
もしお前が今日まで自分が夏日の子であることに疑問を感じた。
Kinzo made the first YouTuber apology. Wrong. He would never apologize.
世界の母に感謝すべきだ。
It does certainly explain why he's so fucking crazy by the end of his life, though. He did feel bad about it. It drove him insane.
お前にそれを悟らせずに今日ま
He
で
didn't make a YouTube
ジェシカ
apology,
と
though.
平等に愛情を注いだ。
感謝の必要はないわ。だってあんたというかけらを見つけるのに気が遠くなるほどの苦労をしたもの。
It's very rare that Natsuki doesn't push you off a
夏
cliff.
日は数学的確率で見て257万
2,578,916 out of 2,578,917.
あんたが感謝すべきは
That's a very small percentage.
夏日ではないわね、多分。
くだらねえ確率遊びはやめろ。
あら、ごめんなさい。
お前が誰の血を引こうと育ててくれた家族への恩が変わるわけじゃない。
それは分かってます。ですが、少し心を落ち着ける時間が欲しいです。私の心をないがしろにしないでくれるなら。
そうだな。
There's still half of this equation that we're missing, though. The person who plays the character of Beatrice to begin with. Leon took a deep breath and looked upwards. Anyone would be shocked to find that their parents weren't who they believed them to be. Still, Leon should be grateful. Grateful towards the family that raised a child who wanted for nothing.
面白いもんだ。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが何百万分の1かの確率でこんな平凡な人生を送れる可能性がある。
There's a very low probability that Beato could have been normal.
こういう時、私はとても笑えると思うのよ。
This certainly does explain why Leon's gender is so ambiguous, because regardless of the sex they were born as, Kinzo only sees them as Beatrice. Will had said it plainly. Ushiro Mia Leon is how the Golden Witch Beatrice appears in a different world. The baby Natsuhi rejected 19 years previous. If she had accepted that child, this is the future that would have occurred. However, if she doesn't accept that child, the witch will be born. The baby whose birth was not celebrated becomes a witch.
死んだ猫はリオンだ。だが、リオンの存在自体はお前が関心を持っている六軒島連続殺人事件
Yeah, so why are we here?
と何の関係もない。
What is the point of Leon even?
つまり、猫箱を開ければ消える猫がリオンだ。
Did you just put Leon here to confuse
リオ
me?
ンなど、所詮は消える猫。
part of some
で
trick.
も余興にしては面白かったでしょ。
Just food for thought, that's all.
面白いのはお前だけだ。ここに閉じ込められてなけりゃ、俺もこんな推理はわざわざしない。
どうして私がおかしな探偵ごっこの相棒に選ばれたのか分かりました。どうやらベルーンカステルという魔女は人の運命をもてあそんだり、あるいは嘲笑
You
ったり
think
するの
Burn
が
Castle is
好
still
きなことだ
trying
し
to understand the mystery? I think that is a very smart observation. I think Burn Castle herself doesn't know the other half of this mystery, who plays the character Beatrice. I don't think she knows. Burn Castle is only able to look into other fragments and see what they reveal, and then none of them are able to show her that.
あらすごい。会ってその日に
Because
私
she
を
doesn't
理
have
解
love,
する人なんて
and
珍
it
しい。
can't be seen without love.
私はどうやら異なる世界では、そしてどうやら
Doesn't matter if you're looking into different fragments.
それは私の罪なのですか。
罪のわけね。お前はお前だ。コインが裏を向いていた時のことなんて知ったことじゃね
ありがとう。しかし異なる運命の世界では心穏やかになる人間はいないと思います。教えてください。
I would. I love causing trouble in all worlds, regardless of fates.
私は
I'm a trouble causer. It's so
異な
much
る世界
fun.
で何を
え。
Oh, a lot of murders, like huge murders,
その子に見せたら
the biggest fucking murders. Here, yeah, we'll just shove all this into Leon's brain. They'll love it. Will opened his hand, and something appeared there that looked like a pale blue glowing shard of the crystal appeared there. It was a memory, no, a game record of all the games so far. Yeah, take that all in at once. You'll love it.
異なる世界でのお前の運命
It'll be great. It'll be so much fun. It definitely won't be horribly
触れない方が
traumatizing.
幸せだとでも言いたそうな顔ですね。
当然だ。予感しているだろうが、ろくな話じゃない。
それでもそれは異なる世界とはいえ、
The story here isn't a happy one. They keep saying that.
お前には知る権利も知らぬ権利もどちらもある。お前があくまで自分と連なりつつも異なる誰か、他人のことと割り切れるなら触れてみるといい。
知りたいわよね。自分が
Yeah, I do want to know Leon's reaction to seeing their dad punch the goat. Kraus.
相棒として聞きます。あなたは
相棒
それを私に見せたいですか。
相棒としてなら見ろという。しかし友人としてなら見るなという。
残念。私は友人ではありません。
I'm not your friend, Ivo.
俺も相棒として一つ聞きたい。
何です。
お前男か女か。
唐突な
Me
ことを聞
starting
き
a
ます。
Pokemon game.
男と思えば線の細い。
Are you a fanboy or a mask girl?
しかし女と思えば気丈に振る舞う女にも見える。
Answer the question.
ベルンカステルも分かっててごまかしてる。ジェシカにはお前を兄とも姉とも呼ばせず、次期当主様と抽象的な呼び方をさせ続けていた。
Are you a bi shonen or a bi shoujo?
本当に勘のいい男。
よく性別を聞かれます。だから悔しくてこう言い返してます。どっちに見えますかって。
Ah, I see. One of
第5の
those.
ゲームでは
One of those
お前
they
は
thems,
男と
are
いう
ya?
ことになっている。しかしあまたのゲームでは女だと考えられてる。後ろ宮バトラがマスターを務めた第6のゲームでは性別を違えつつも
This is
確定しない
relevant.
二人組の
Remember
悪魔
them?
が
Remember
登場し
Zepar and
それ
Foofer?
いや厳密には一番
We're
最初
messing
のゲ
with.
ームから
Have you noticed this visual novel messes with gender a lot? Almost like this might be important.
お前の性別はゲームの外側の隠れた謎の一つだ。
す 素直に答えるのも悔しいのでお答えはしないことにします。私はあなたの相棒でしょ。気に入らない性別だったら何か
They
不都
were
合
on the
なことが
box art
あ
for
るの
this chapter, correct? Zephyr and Fiffer are there. I was wondering if they'd show up, but maybe they won't. That's just their significance to
そ
this.
の通りだ。俺には相棒の性別などどうでもいい。
ありがとう。容姿にコンプレックスがあったのであなたの言葉が嬉しいです。
俺は男女平等主義だ。
I don't care about your pronouns, Will says. I only care about your mystery boxes.
使えねえやつら。
I'm all for gender equality. Very good, Will.
マナーのない方は男女平等につねりますので。
This is so progressive. Yeah, pinch his booty. Oh wait, no, she's touching the fragment. They're touching the fragment. Slowly, Leon reached out and touched the fragment. A moment later, Leon seemed to undergo a violent bout of dizziness and silently slumped over like a puppet with its strings cut. What is that, like 5 now? 5 times we've gotten the puppet with its strings cut? It was no surprise. When people who don't understand parallel universes have many different fates jammed into their heads, they tend to feel like their brains are swelling and their senses of self is melting away. Leon seemed to have lost consciousness.
こいつには全てを知る資格が
Yeah,
あ
they
った
got
と
all that new info. They got all of that backstory shoved into their head.
あなたの相棒にぴったりの駒だったでしょ。
推理を続ける。
Yeah, let's talk about the other half
死
here.
んだ猫の話はした。
Let's talk about the alive cat,
そうね。
the undead cat,
次は生きた猫の話だわ。
zombie cat.
1986年のベアトリーチェを殺せるのはそれを生み出したやつだけだ。
ヒントは山ほどあったわ。思えばベアトリーチェのゲームだった頃から、ね。
They sure have.
そうだな。
Lay it
ベ
out
ア
for
ト
me,
リーチェと
Will.
バトラの第4のゲームでその因縁ははっきりとした。そしてその時点でベアトリーチェが誰であるか、そしてその心が
Will's like, I'm so smart, I figured it out in the 4th game, unlike Battler.
心とは
動機だ。ベアトリーチェ
The
は
why done it.
1986年10月5日に自らの運命さえとす動機だ。
さすがだわ。第4のゲームの時点でフーダニットとホワイダニットが推理できてたなんて。じゃあハウダニットは？
犯人が誰であるか分かればそれを推理することは不可能じゃない。第3のゲームの連鎖密室は
I think either Burn Castle right now is like bluffing, or she managed to just puzzle it out with the logic instead of love. I'm gonna lean towards the former though. I don't think she knows. I think she's bullshitting. I think she wants Will to tell her because she feels left out.
第4のゲームラストの私は誰は
10月5日24時に必ず場所を問わずに殺せる犯人。その時点である種の仮定は可能だ。それこそ黄金鏡のもう一つのお宝ってわけだ。
へえ、第4のゲームまでに。すなわちあなたはベアとのゲームだけ
Well, they are her
全ての
games.
答えに至れたって。
She laid it all out.
可能だ。その後のラムダデルタのゲームとバトラのゲームは
Yeah, that's when the things got really not subtle.
このお前のゲームさえもな。
それではそろそろはぐらかすのは終わりにして教えてちょうだい。犯人は誰？
Here it comes. At that moment, though there hadn't been anyone but them in the chapel, small footsteps rang out. That silhouette slowly walked up to Will and Baron Castle and gave a small bow.
来たか。
呼んだの？
ああ、フーダニット、ハウダニット、そしてホワイダニット。
Have I figured it out? Oh yeah, I've been saying it since episode 6. It's Shannon. Or episode 5 even.
こいつの動機を理解した。
あんた 動機がわからない。
I think it's Shannon.
もう降参しちゃうの？具体的な証拠は
But I can go over it right now since they're about to do the big reveal. Episode 6 really hard confirmed a lot of things. One, that Canon isn't real, or that Shannon and Canon are one and the same. They basically said that. And they also, you know, when they had that pistol duel, basically included Beatrice as like part 3 of them, the younger Beatrice. Take all this into account with how, yeah, the whole only one can find love thing, right? It was a game between George, Jessica, and Battler. All people that Shannon, Canon, and Beatrice cared about. So my theory for a while now, since even before that, honestly, since the end of episode 5, basically, has been that a long time ago, because Battler said this himself, he said he used to have a crush on Shannon, and I think that crush was mutual, and I think Shannon took it a lot more seriously than Battler did. I think Battler, being just a child at the time, you know, immediately after that, he had the whole thing with his mom, and decided to leave the family. So if he had like a little love promise with young Shannon, he like kind of forgot about it in the light of that. And Shannon took it a lot more seriously than he did and felt very hurt by that. So, you know, she has these dual identities as herself and Canon, because there's probably some gender-y stuff going on there. Like, maybe Canon was who she was born as, but she wants to be Shannon. And then she ended up creating Beatrice as a third identity. Because at first to humor Maria, but then it became something more, I think. A sort of escape. An escape from, you know, the abuses she suffered at the hands of the family. Imagining herself as someone more powerful, somebody with agency. Somebody who wasn't furniture. Somebody deserving of love who could, you know, who wasn't a servant. Because she felt betrayed by Battler. And Jessica sees her as Canon, who she doesn't see herself as. And George is a freak. And maybe not who she actually loves in her heart of hearts. So yeah, that all makes sense. And then once you understand that Shannon and Canon are one and the same, a lot of the like actual murder stuff in the previous games can really easily be gotten around. You know, once you consider that, like, oh, anytime you see Canon die, he kind of just disappears, right? Like there's rarely a body left over with Canon. So it becomes really easy to just say, well, anytime Shannon dies, she just slips into Canon's identity, and then is just able to disappear because everybody thinks Shannon is dead, and then everybody thinks Canon is dead, when the truth is they're one and the same, so it's easier for both of them to play dead. And just become the final culprit, you know? What else? I think that... Yeah, and then you can... That helps you get around a lot of the weird nameplay with Red, like... You know, everybody, you know, like the Web of Red from episode 3 with Evatrice. Once you understand that Canon and Shannon are or share the same body, let's put it that way, you can kind of loophole your way out of a lot of stuff. What else? What else was I gonna say? I think that about covers it. Let's just see what Will has to say.
赤とか青とかでガンガンと派手に応酬すればいいのに。
こいつはもうそんなことは
Yeah, that's all kind of bullshit. That would literally, we made those rules up. We don't have to do that. They nodded slightly. Their wish was to be noticed. Once that happened, they had no need for trivial excuses or pointless word games.
俺はお前の動機を心を理解したつもりでいる。それをこれから話す。お前を呼んだのはそれを聞き、間違いがあったらお前の言葉で正してほしいからだ。
The two of them nodded to each other once more.
お前の4つのゲームでお前のメッセージを受け取り、そしてマスターの違う3つのゲームで俺はお前をどんな不思議な運命がもてあそんだか想像し、言葉を失った。お前はそれを誰にも明かさずに全てのゲームで死ぬ。
Having this person confess in this empty chapel might be pointless. However, even so, I believe it will give her some sort of salvation. People are only saved when someone understands them. No one understood this pitiful witch even after her death, even years later, and including the man she wanted most to understand her. It's about time someone forgave her. See, like, Battler said he understood everything at the end of the 5th game, but I don't think that was, fully true. Well, maybe so. At the end of the 5th game, Battler finally understood. However, it took him so long, and he didn't make it in time. So even though she's alive here and now, Battler cannot save her. So Battler isn't here at Beatrice's funeral. He won't come. He won't make it in time. Yeah, that's something I clued on pretty early on, that Willard's just another Battler. The Battler who figured it out, basically. The Battler who really did come down from heaven, kind of like a knight in shining armor, to figure everything out, lickety-split, and save this person.
お前が国会し、神なるマスターが聞き、俺が許す。その役目はバトラがふさわしいが、奴は間に合わない。
That Battler sucked.
だから、俺で諦めろ。
あれだけベアとはヒントを出したのにね。
I know, that guy really sucks.
ラムダもバカバトラのために。
Lambda also understood the game because she was qualified to be game master.
それに対するバトラ自身の懺悔のようなゲームも笑えた。でも私は何も笑わせないわ。ただ淡々とあんたの葬儀を執り行うだけよ。
お前は喋るな。話しているのは俺だ。いいなら始めよう。誰もせかさない。お前の葬儀が終わるまでベルンカステルは永遠に時間を閉ざしている。心の整理に必要な時間は無限にある。
The silhouette slowly shook its head. It had come here because it was already prepared. Will nodded to show he understood. Then the two looked into Burn Castle's eyes, and Will spoke out clearly.
こいつが犯人だ。
All life's a stage. Everything's a performance. Oh boy, I love the end of Evangelion. Oh my god. Okay, another Beatrice.
我が語るは我らの物語。されどここは聞く者なきガラスとコルクに封ぜられし小さな世界。
Holy shit, this music.
それは誰の目にも触れることなく、我が物語のすべてを封じて、我が心の海をたゆたい、海の木図と消えていく。
はあ、ここはどこなの？そして私は誰なの？
ならば聞こう。どこがいい？誰がいい？
私を優しく包んでくれる場所ならばどこだっていいわ。優しくしてくれるなら自分が誰だっていいわ。
そうさ、僕たちには、
私たちには
Speed.
どこで誰かなんて些細なことなのだから。
そう、我らにとってそれはとてもとても些細な、少なくともその日を迎えるまで。なぜに我らは新しき運命に投ぜられねばならぬのか。それは突然にして唐突なる運命の宣告。
それは僕が望んだ運命じゃない。
でも踊らせたわ。自分の胸。
新しい運命は僕をどこへ誘うのか。
どこへだって。
We're all Beatrice here. The Golden Land is that place. A place that cannot exist.
仮の住処にもたらされる神の救いの知らせと新しき運命にてもてあそぶ悪魔のゲームへのいざないなのか
The orphanage all those servants are come from, including Shannon.
されど我らは信じたいそれが神の救いが差し伸べられたという福音の知らせであると信じたい
Fukuin.
でもどうしてそれが私には信仰も何もない
ならこれは福音じゃない悪魔の誘いさ
されど我ら運命に逆らえるよしもなしああ我は我にして我らなり願わくば新しき運命が我らを祝福せんこと時は西暦1976
1976.
春を語るにはあまりに寒き頃新しき異境は何ら変わることが
His guitar is going fucking crazy, dude.
我らを苛むのである第一章新しき生活
Okay. Chapter 1. It's a play. I get it. What? Wait. Okay, I was like, do I select them? No, I don't. Okay, I was just worried. There was a lot there. I didn't read them all because I was taken by surprise. I didn't see all the chapter names. I'm sure I'll get there eventually. Oh, I'm sure this is gonna be the real length of episode 7.
以上が当家のルールです。厳しいですが、当家でしつけられたことが皆さんの将来にきっと役立つものと信じています。
はい、奥様。
The servants who would start working this April all called out in unison. The rules of the Ushiromiya family are no more or less strict than those of the Fukuin house. However, we get paid a lot of money here. They also give us a lot of help in finding our next job. We work for the Ushiromiya family, store up money, use their influence to get a job at a good company, and start on a new, happy life. That was the dream, and it was a very realistic one held by all of us at the Fukuin house. However, not everyone can become an Ushiromiya family servant. Only kids with a record of exemplary conduct and good grades are recommended. So, all of the kids who want to be sure of leaving the Fukuin house to live a happy life are feverishly devoted to their studies.
では、これで今日はおしまいです。明日からは早いですよ。消灯時間を守るように。解散。
はい、奥様。ありがとうございます。
Man, if it isn't obvious who this is by now, I don't know what to tell you. Come on. Like, they're telling you where they're from the Fukuin house. You'd have to be, like, straight up not paying attention at all to not get it. Like, it's really silly for you to not get it by now. I have a hard time believing anyone didn't. After bowing until Natsuhi was no longer in sight, the new servants all followed the lead of one of the more experienced servants and raised their heads.
じゃあ、今日はこれでおしまいよ。明日からはシフト通り。
Oh my god. The stakes. They're all other members of the Fukuin house.
奥様は時間に厳しい方よ。あんたらが寝坊したら私の責任にされるわ。寝坊したら蹴り起こしてやる。いいわね。
Of course, this experienced servant was one of the older girls from the Fukuin house. She's been here for 2 years, apparently. That's probably why all the other new servants who are older than me seem to know her well. That madam looks so strict. Dang, I'm tired. Giggle, giggle.
ところでこの子何者？どうして使用人に選ばれたわけ？
The older servant pointed at me and asked the room at large, a dubious look on her face. It's no surprise, really. Most of us become servants when we graduate middle school or high school. But I'm just starting elementary school. The others will be working as servants every day of the week, according to their standard shift schedule. However, on weekdays, I was going to go to the elementary school on Nijima with Milady, only working on weekends and when I had free time. It was an exception among exceptions, something that had never happened before. It was clear at a glance that the others, who had obtained their position after a rigorous selection process, didn't like the fact that I was here too.
あんたについては
学業最優先でと奥様からも源氏様からも言われてるわ。でもお給金は出るんですってよ。
God, of course the Seven Sisters are other members of the Fukuin house. That makes so much sense when you consider who Beatrice is. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, at least do it behind them. She didn't even try to hide her discontent.
こいつ、そんなに勉強できるの？天才児？
全然知んないです。なんか病弱とかって隔離されてたらしくて、家でも全然知りませんでしたし。
ここに来た以上、連帯責任なんだからね。あんたがドジれば、福音の家の全員のドジだと思われるのよ。せいぜい気合い入れなさいよね。
I know, this is like maximum coping. What if all the other servants that were mean to me were sexy demon girls and were also my friends? I nodded weakly. But I'd never been threatened by someone this much older than me, and I was very frightened.
大丈夫よ。私も一緒だから。
Oh, come on! You're not real!
ね。
Shannon smiled at me as she spoke. Well, you're kind of real. You're a projection.
シャノンは怖くないのかい？この家はなんだか厳しそう。
全然怖くない。
That one's just trying to confuse me. I know what I know, though.
怖くなってしまうだけ。
じゃあ楽しいと思ったら楽しくなるのかな？
楽しくなるよ。
All that matters is your perspective.
笑顔で頑張ろう。
シャノンは福音の家からの唯一の友人だった。彼女はしっかり者で人気者。我とは大違い。我は呆れるくらいにのろまで容量が悪くて、誰も友人になどなってはくれなかった。
She was my only friend, and everybody loved her, and she looked a lot like me, but if I was older and had boobs.
なら、ここでも彼女と一緒に頑張れる。
If only I could become like her, then everybody would like me too, says this unnamed character.
さあ、早く寝支度をして休もう。私は明日からすぐにお仕事だけれど、あなたは別のお仕事があるわ。
そう。私はみんなと違って学校に通わなければならない。六軒島で泊まるときは学校の支度をして船着き場でお嬢様をお迎えしなくちゃいけない。
お嬢様、元気そうな人だったね。仲良くなれるといいね。
仲良くなれるかな。私、学校は怖いよ。緊張するよ。
福音の家での生活に慣れていた我にとっては、しかし慣れるまでは全てが新しく、そして不安なのだった。
My new life on Rokunjima probably deserves an explanation. It was completely different from the comfortable yet stagnant life I'd lived at the Fukuin house. In addition to the time I spent as a servant to the Ushiromiya family on Rokunjima, I also traveled to the elementary school on Nijima on school days. It was the start of a time that was both rushed and busy, with hardly a moment to relax. Unlike the time I spent at the Fukuin house, I didn't get to sleep in the same bed every day. Half of the week I slept in the servant waiting room in the Rokunjima mansion. I would return from school with Milady, go to the mansion, and work there as a servant. I would then stay the night and go to school with Milady again the next day. When I didn't have work, I would return to the dormitory on Nijima, where I could have some time to myself in the room that I was assigned to. There was an adult dorm mother who strictly controlled meal times and lights out, but I was already used to that sort of life, so it wasn't hard for me. The rooms were slightly larger than average and housed 3 people each. However, either because of the number of people or some lucky chance, I was not given a 3-person room.
寮でのお部屋も一緒だね。
Come on, it's so obvious! I wasn't given a 3-person room, but I shared it with Shannon, who's nice and is pretty and everybody loves. With Shannon by my side, I felt like I'd be able to manage well enough.
ええ、福音の家から毎年 何人かの
Oh, hi,
使用
Natsuhi.
人が入れ替わりでやってきています。
She probably knows
あれに関しては
our culprit's
親
true
父殿が
identity.
先方と決めて勝手にやっていたことだ
Or constructed one, I guess. Or project. You get what I mean.
私たちには何も口出しできなかったよ。
身寄りのない子供たちを当家が厳しくしつけ、そして社会へ羽ばたいていくのを応援するのが止める後ろ宮家の社会への義務と思っていましたから。
どんな子たちが後ろ宮家へ来ていたのかしら。
きっと貧困法制、真面目で良い子で可愛い子たちさ。
ギラギラとしたハイエナみたいな子が多かった印象です。
上昇志向が強かったと言いたまえ。
Well, yeah, the
身寄りのない気の毒な
orphans.
子たちだ。貴重な機会を踏み台に自分の人生を必ず掴み取ってやろうという気概に溢れていたよ。
Orphans do be like that. I mean, haven't you heard of Batman?
両立してたのよ。
それは大変だね。ほとんど働きやしない。
学校に通いながら働く子など、あの子以前には前例もありませんでした。
正直最初の挨拶の時に驚いたよ。明らかに幼かった。他の子たちは16歳から18歳くらいなのだが、その子
福音の家から来る若すぎる使用人はあくまでも社会勉強として当家に訪れているのであって、そもそも使用人としての腕前はあまり期待していません。
そうだな。やはり大人の年季の入った使用人たちに比べるとどうしても頼りないものだ。
それが未就学の子を受け入れるなんて。家事はおろか、社会勉強どころか義務教育もまだではありませんか。お父様にどんなお考えがあったのか存じませんが、
Yeah,
明
clearly.
らかにおかしいと思いました。
親父殿には申し上げたさ。せめて中学を出るまでは福音の家で学ばせるべきではないかとね。
そうしたら金蔵はなんて。
決まってるさ。こう答える。
Oh, Beatrice! He's always saying this.
当時はもうすっかりオカルトかぶれの書斎ごもりさ。
He's a fucking
余計
nut.
なことを言えば我が思考の旅の邪魔をするなど怒鳴られる。
お父様のお決めになることは絶対ですから。しかしあの子についてだけは腑に落ちませんでした。
福音の家にも問い合わせたさ。そしたら源氏さんに聞いてくれという。源氏さんに聞いたら親方様に聞いてくれという。
And round it goes.
親方様に聞いたら
Ooh,
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice!
真実は誰にもわからないのね。
島に子供はジェシカしかいない。使用人たちはよく娘と遊んでくれたようだな。いや、学校だけでなく家でも遊べる友人をね。
ジェシカを不憫に思い、お父様が気を利かせたに違いな
But
い。
Kinzo doesn't love anyone that much except for one person, so that can't be it.
しかしそれなら私たちにも相談していただきたいとは思いませんか。娘の友人には誰がふさわしいかは私たちが決めるべきです。
おっかな
夏日は公演デビューが苦手そうだ。
源氏の配慮と見るべきだろうな。
でしょうね。源氏さんはその世界の私がおじい様の血を引くと知っていて、特別な配慮をして六軒島に呼び寄せたのでしょう。
体調はもう大丈夫なのか。
いろいろとショックが大きすぎただけです。もうめまいくらいしか。
How you doing,
こ
Leon?
の世界で
You're
は
up.
次期当主。しかし世界が違えば使用人、いや魔女だったかもしれない。お前も難儀な運命だ。
全くです。知ったことを後悔はしませんが、今からでも忘れられるならそれを選びたいです。
面白いじゃない。使用人なのに実は当主の血を引く
Ah,
隠し子。
okay.
まるで童話のようにロマンティックな話よ。
Well, that doesn't make sense. What about the child from 19 years ago then, that he gave
ロマン
Natsuhi?
ティック。母さんの気持ちを考えると複雑です。
そうね。夏日にとってこの世界のリオンは育てろと押し付けられた気に入らない赤ん坊に過ぎない。そしてそれを拒絶した世界でもある。
Yeah, so how is the servant then
夏日にと
Kinzo's
っては
illegitimate child?
自分の腹を痛めたジェシカの方が何百倍
If
も
that baby
可
fell
愛い
off a cliff.
自分の血の入らぬ赤ん坊なんて汚らわしくて生温かい汚物の皮袋と同じ。
I don't need no sack of filth.
言葉を選べ。俺でもケツをつねるぞ。
ありがとう、ビル。だいたい話は見えます。だからこそ、私は母さんに一層感謝しなくてはならない。この年になるまで。
Yeah, she raised me pretty nicely when she could have thrown me off a cliff, I guess.
奇跡的
I don't know
に
if
確
that's like the
立でなけ
standard
れ
you
ば
want to
ね。
set, but you know.
動物というのはね、自分の血が入らない子供にはいつも残酷なのよ。ライオンとかもそうでしょ。
Yeah, I've seen The Lion King.
源氏はおそらくこう考えた。この世界のリオンは正しい血統を持つ後宮家の人間だ。なんとか六軒島で生活させてやりたかった。しかしいきなり連れてきてこの子がそうですというわけにはいかなかったわけだ。
The meme where someone is fantasizing about killing a baby, but it's Natsuhi. Now you have to make that edit. That's good. That's good. That's good stuff. That's good material. Thank you.
島で生活させてなじませ、木を見て打ち明けるつもりだったのでしょうか。
しかしこの世界のリオンは特別扱いを受けていたわけではないな。現に銀の指輪は存在しない。
おじいさまのお耳には入れなかったということでしょうか。
源氏にとっての打ち明けるべきタイミングがとうとう訪れなかった。
Yeah, because you know, Kinzo was fucking off his rocker at this point.
いつの日にか愛しきベアトリーチェの血を引きし忘れがたみが生きていることを源氏は伝えたかったのであろう。しかしそれを伝えるのは容易なことではなく。
So, okay, the baby did survive the fall, but because everything went so poorly, you know, the first time, Genji decided, you know what, I'm not just gonna, let's not just put it back in the same position. We'll slap that thing in the Fukuin house and see how it goes.
どうして容易じゃないんだろう。
バカね。夏日が知ったら大変よ。
The baby's back, Nazi. Why'd you throw it off a cliff?
ああ、そうか。リオンが突然現れたらジェシカが次期当主じゃなくなっちゃう。
Strictly speaking, Jessica wasn't the successor, but since she'd be able to select the future successor, it all came to the same thing.
それは知れば知るほどに
Yeah, this
容
tale,
易な
this
ら
is
ざる
really,
者
you're underselling that. It was
我の生
complex.
まれを祝福する者もいれば、源氏はそれを明かす日を静かに待つしかないので。
And he never got that fucking chance, because, you know, then you all get murdered.
それは源氏の胸だけに秘められた物語。
リオンも金蔵も夏日もクラウスもジェシカも誰もみんな知らない物語。
かくしてこの奇妙な物語は1976年よりゆか我こそは我にして我らなり、なぜに運命は核に我らを捨ておいて自由
Fate tends to do that.
身勝手に進む
Cruel
の
mistress, as they say. People only found the young servant strange for the first month. Natsuhi and Krause's protests came to naught. After all, there was no actual harm in it. So why not indulge Kinzo's whim? Eventually, everyone grew accustomed and began to accept this slightly abnormal everyday life.
しかしいつもそばにいて同じ待遇であるべきと思っている福音の家の使用人たちは違う。彼らは明らかに自分たちとは違う我の
Uh-oh, they're gonna bully you?
日々の小さな不満を蓄積させていったのだった。
ソーチお疲れ。今日はどうだった？今日奥様の機嫌最悪。マジで窓枠なぞられた。
ただっち掃除遅いって絞られてた。マジどうしろと。
After all, excuse me, all the kids in the Fukuin house are supposed to treat each other as family. Because of this, everyone hides their original names and uses their new blessed names. Maybe because the, I don't know how to say that, character is in the word Fukuin, that character is almost always combined with at least one character from the child's original name to make their new name. Still, just giving a person a new name doesn't mean they'll accept it so easily. Boys and girls who have lived in isolation and through various trials sometimes feel as though their first name... It's On, right? Because Shannon, Canon. Sometimes feeling as though their real first and last names are a bond that's worth holding on to. So, most of the Fukuin children hate their On names, calling each other by nicknames based on their original names. Of course, that's only done privately. When in the presence of the house director or other important people, only their blessed names are used. On the job, the blessed names are used. And off the job, informal nicknames are used. Everyone's very used to living with two names like this, so they're all comfortable with how the system works.
うわ、汗くせ。シャワー浴びてきなよ。つうか部屋狭いよね。お屋敷広すぎんのに量はけっちりすぎ。ねえガラシさん、なんでヤスだけは三人部屋じゃないわけですか？
By Yasu, they probably mean me. I can't remember my parents at all, since they were gone as far back as my memory goes, but I was given the last name Yasuda. And both Shannon and Canon's real names have Yasu in them. And apparently my nickname comes from that.
知らないわよ。部屋の割り振りは源氏様が決めてんだもの。私だって納得いかないわよ。ですよね。普通22にしますよね。つうかさ、ヤスって何者なの？お嬢様と学校通うのが仕事みたいなもんだし。
So you know, if you're paying attention, you really gotta know by now.
語学友ってやつ？さっぱりだわ。
Of course, on days when I am given work, I return to the mansion right after school and work alongside all the others. I help out with caring for the garden and cleaning up the mansion. I can't do any jobs on my own, so I'm always just helping out. Maybe because I'm young, the adult servants are always kind to me. My fellow Fukuin servants don't seem too happy about that, though. Yeah, they all look like the Seven Sisters.
というか、孫か何かと勘違いしてるよ。あれ絶対。これで同じ給料もらってるとかマジありえないわ。意味わかんない。あんたに学校あるのは分かってるけど、一応は使用人なんだからね。いつまでもお手伝い感覚じゃなくて、早く一人前になって私たちと同じ仕事しなさいよね。
I mean, at this point, Yasu's like 6 years old.
いつまでもあんたにだけ甘くないからね。
I have been trying my best. However, I'm not very strong yet, so I can't carry heavy things. I can't carry a lot of things either. I can't fold clothes right, and I'm not good at using a dustpan. I just can't do it as well as everyone else. As my face turned red, I spotted Shannon, who was watching from the sidelines and not joining in. Shannon is my only ally. Unlike me, she can do everything well. However, she'll never pamper me. She'll show me how things are done, but she'll never steal jobs from me. She really is incredible. I really want to be like Shannon as soon as I can. Boy, we're laying it on thick as can be. She never talks behind people's backs, and no one talks behind her back. She's kind, and she gets along with everyone. I want to be like her, and she's always kindly watching over my efforts to become like her. The Tulpa. The coping is so strong. Why did I end up here?
わからない。
Though I'd just been muttering to the ceiling, Shannon gave me an honest answer.
神様のおぼし飯だとしか言えないよね。
Is this another test from God?
うん。あなたを立派な人間に育てるための試練だと思うの。だってあなたは選ばれた特別な人だもの。
Am I special?
特別だよ。だって他はみんな大きい人ばかりなのに、幼い中から あなただけが特別に選ばれた。
Why am I the only one who's little? I can't do any jobs by myself. Everyone complains that I'm just here to play with Milady. And yet, Madam made it clear that I am not to think of Milady as a friend or speak to her in a casual manner.
あなたはみんなより10も幼いけれど、ということはみんなと同じ年になるまでここ新しく来る人たちよりずっと仕事のできる人になっているということだよ。源氏様にも認められて、あなたは新しく福音の家から来る人たちに仕事を教えてあげるリーダーの役になるの。そしてきっとみんなに尊敬されるわ。その頃にはきっと奥様にも認められて、親方様や旦那様にも認められるようになってるよ。それがあなたの未来。
You mean like the ugly duckling becoming a swan?
そうかもしれないね。だってあなたが後ろ宮家の使用人に選ばれたのは本当に不思議だもの。ひょっとすると本当にあなたは誰かが噂していたように後ろ宮家の血筋を引く誰かの。
Yeah, wouldn't that be great if that were true? Shannon laughed, saying, "Wouldn't that be cool? And then you'd be super rich too." That didn't seem quite right to me. After all, if that was the case, why have I had to live all alone here in the Fukuen house? Shannon and people like the house director are the only ones who will play with me. I don't have any other friends to play with, and I've spent all my time by myself in my isolated room. Maybe it's because I'm frail and always sleep a lot, but it has been lonely. Hi, Genji. Can you explain yourself, please?
あなたは何をどこまで知っていたの？
君は目して何も語らないけれど、
Oh, of course he did. He and Kinzo are totally heterosexual life partners.
19年前、赤ん坊を抱いた使用人が転落し、君は夏日から報告を受けたね。
そして崖下へ行き、まだ赤ん坊が生きていることに気づいたんじゃないの？
生きているか死んでいるか、そのような判断は私にはできかねました。
What do you mean? Just look at it. Feel like you could
それを判
tell.
断したのは誰？
決まってるわ。お医者さん。
どうなの？南條先生？
Hi, Nanjo. Help us out.
よろしいのですかな。私が語っても。先生の口からお願いできるのであればお願いします。わかりました。
Yeah, that tracks that Nanjo and Genji and probably Kumasawa too knew.
すぐに源氏さんから連絡が入り。
After all, they're all the biggest believers in Beatrice, aren't they?
秘密裏に？
どうして？
クアドリアンのベアトリーチェさんも、そしてその子供である赤ん坊も戸籍のない存在しないはずの人間でした。公になればいろいろとまずいこともあるでしょうな。赤ん坊に戸籍を与える準備は進めておりましたが、その死なれてはどうにも困る時期だったのです。
では落ちた使用人は単独事故の扱いに？
夏日は目して語らない。
Yeah, only Natsuki knew, and she wasn't talking.
簡単な工作さ。
でもその赤ん坊は生きてたのね。
さようです。無論大怪我でしたとも。あれだけの怪我をして生きながらえたのは奇跡でした。もう少し何かの角度が違えば、あるいはもう少し源氏さんが運び込んでくるのが遅かったら、あらゆる奇跡が集まってその赤ん坊は生きながらえていたのです。私は
Miracle that was certain to occur.
まさか生きているはずがないと思ったのです。
でも生きていた。
生命のなんと力強きこと。
これは運命だわ。
運命。生き延びてやがては何かをなせという運命。
はい。私は六軒島で生涯を終えられた生き延びさせたに違いないとそう思ったのです。
Sure.
しかし源氏は
Genji's a big
赤ん坊
believer.
が生きながらえたことを主人の金蔵に
Yeah,
は伝え
Kinzo
な
was
かった
probably fucking crazy already.
不幸な事故で転落し死亡したと
It probably wouldn't have been worth it to tell him anyways.
金蔵は嘆き悲しんだがその嘆きは悲しみよりも狂気に彩られたものだった。
おお、ベアトリーチェよ、なぜに再び我が元より逃げ去るのか。
今度こそ過ちを繰り返すまいと誓ったのに、なぜに。
源氏は尊敬する主人のことをただ一つだけ信じてい
Yeah,
ない
this
こと
one,
があっ
the
た。
Beatrice matter.
それはベアトリーチェの孫を果たして本
He
当に家
probably
族として
would
迎え入れ
fuck
られ
up
るのか
again.
である。
Kinzo's such an
源氏
idiot.
はクワドリアンのベアトリーチェにもずっと仕えていた。その胸中についても詳しかった。彼女が金蔵の寵愛を一身に受け父のように敬愛していたことも。しかしそれは金蔵のそれとは異なった。金蔵は彼女をベアトリーチェの生まれ変わりと思い、亡きベアトリーチェへの万感の思いの慰み者にしようとした。その思いをクワドリアンのベアトリーチェが受け入れきれるわけもない。彼女は父のように思い尊敬してきた金蔵自らにその思いを踏みにじられることになるのである。
自分は父の
Yeah,
よう
you
に
want
思
to
って
send a
た。
baby that wasn't on any
向こうは
registry
妻
just
と
to a
思って
different.
た。
It'd just end up in a different, probably shittier orphanages. And they already said that Genji still wanted the baby to benefit from being a member of the Ushiromiya family. You know, rich. They already got over that. Genji planned to reveal it eventually, but never got the chance. On account of, you know, being dead.
それは思いのすれ違いが生んだ悲しい。
You know, on account of them all dying eventually.
金蔵様のお気持ちもわからぬわけではありません。金蔵様とて彼女が生まれた時から
It's not like saying it's the right decision, it's an understandable decision.
慰み者にしようなどと思っていたわけではありません。
私もお酒を飲みながら聞かされたことはあります。私は笑い話と思って聞いておりましたが、
育つほどに母に生き写しになる驚きを。
年を重ねるごとに抑えられなくなっていく。
Forbidden emotion is a good way to put it.
悲劇を引き起こしてしまうのではないか。私はそう思いました。ベアトリーチェ様は苦しんでおられました。しかしついにご自身の気持ちと金蔵様の気持ちが違うことに理解が及ばなかったのです。私はベアトリーチェ様より何度も胸の内を打ち明けられ相談を受けました。しかし私には申し上げられませんでした。
それは確かに言えないね。
父のように敬愛する人があなたを死んだ母の代用品にしようと思ってるなんて。
一応金蔵さんの名誉のために申し上げる。金蔵さんも苦しんでおられた。生き写しになるその娘が娘と思えなくなると苦しんでおられた。私は父として愛しなさいと
Unfortunately, he was crazy, so it didn't work.
金蔵さんも理性と良心に従い抗われたと思う。
金蔵は愛した。亡きベアトリーチェの忘れがたみである娘に愛情を注いだ。父として注いだ。しかしならばなぜに娘に母と同じ名を与えたのか。ああ、金蔵の罪は ベアトリーチェを失った時より始まっているのだ。彼女と引き換えのように死んだベアトリーチェ。その名でそのまま彼女を呼んだ。金蔵はその瞬間から彼女をベアトリーチェの生まれ変わりだと決めていたのである。
つまりリオンとは、悲劇を犯した金蔵がその後ろ宮家に正しい形で迎え入れた存在ということだ。
そういうことよ。他のかけらの話をするとお尻をつねられそ
No
うだけ
butt
れど
pinching.
リオンが迎え入れられながら金蔵が悲劇を犯すかけらなんてのもあったりして、そのかけらも探してみる。
I don't think we need to see that, Burn Castle.
見たくありません、そんなもの。人の人生のあらゆる場所に最悪の可能性や妄想を勝手に混ぜ込んで、その運命を嘲笑うのがあなたの仕事なんですか？
残念なことに、こい
She
つは
loves
そう
it.
いう悪魔。
It's all probability, after all.
魔女よ、失礼ね。
源氏はそういう最悪の未来を予見し、より良い未来になるようわざと赤ん坊は死んだと
Real cup half empty, that Genji guy.
そうよ、かつて惚れた女の娘に手をかけてほとぼりも冷めない男よ。ベアトリーチェの気持ちを知り同情していた源氏は金蔵のことをたやすく信じることができなかったの。
金蔵の忠実なしもべである源氏が
源氏は講師をしっかりと使い分けられる男よ。
He's a very responsible
金
guy.
蔵に忠誠を尽くす一方で彼女に対して犯した過ちは容易に許されるべきではないと思っていたわ。
かもな。源氏はリオンの存在が容易に知れることがない3つも年齢を詐称させている。
確かに。
Right, yes, we've already been over how they mentioned this once, that the true age of the master of this island is 19.
この世界の私は1976年に小学校入学になって、
But we keep saying that Shannon and Canon are 16.
その年には自分はもう4年生になってるはずです。
病弱だったことが理由にならないなら、源氏はおそらく入念に生まれ年もごまかそうとした。
So no one would suspect, yeah.
19年前の赤ん坊のことを金蔵だけでなく、
Yeah, it sure would be a funny coincidence if Natsuki's like, oh, this baby, it fell off the cliff, and then Genji shows up like not too long later with, hey, I found this baby for the Fukuin house.
そこにその年に生まれた不審な幼い使用人が入ってきたら、夏日の女の顔がピンときたはずだ。
Had the child been too sick to go to school for 3 years? Or had the age been faked so that Natsuki couldn't figure out everything?
いずれにせよ
Could be both, honestly. I mean, that thing, it fell off a cliff.
少なく教えられているはずだ。
ごめん。この世界のリオンは生まれつき年を3つごまかされてる。
Entirely believable the baby just wasn't well enough to
虚弱で小柄。
operate well.
発育不良だったしね。案外ごまかせたみたい。
A kid who maybe can't do things like lift gardening supplies very well without the help of an older strapping teenager who is actually the same age as him.
源氏は見届けねばと思った。金蔵が果たしてベアトリーチェの子を子として受け入れられるや否や。適齢になるまでを福音の家で過ごさせ、幼き使用人として呼び寄せる。父も子も互いに互いを知らない。源氏は思った。もしも真に親子の愛情があるならば、金蔵はこの子に亡き母と娘の
Well, that didn't work out, did it?
そして誰に明かされずと
Then
も
again, maybe it did.
親子の
Canon
絆を取り戻
mentioned
せ
that
るに違いない
Kinzo liked teaching him how to shoot.
そう思った。あるいはその時はやがて自然に訪れるだろう。その時に父と子に真実を話せばよい。その日がやがて訪れることを信じて、源氏は何も知らせず、運命の日を待ちながらベアトリーチェの子を見守るのである。
It's definitely coping either way. Like, it's a long shot. He's like, well, if he doesn't know it's his child, maybe some part of him will recognize it subconsciously and he'll be nice. And not be weird. And time continued to pass. Days slid by as he quietly watched over Beatrice's child. The first friend. Days enraptured, new days, a new element, days of trials, sprout of love, root. Oh, I couldn't read it all. It was so long. But it's, you know, 8 chapters, of course.
ヤス、あんたちびぼうきどうしたの？
窓枠掃除用に使ってなかったっけ？
Ah, the small broom is a little thin broom that looks like a large paintbrush. We used it to clear out the dust in small corners, like window frames. It's one of the cleaning tools I was put in charge of.
しっかりしなさいよ。あんたに任せたでしょ。何やってんのよ、どんくさい。
ほら、急いで探しておいで。奥様に見つかる
Wow, no one else seems to acknowledge Shannon at all. Isn't that interesting?
どうした？ヤスがちびぼうきまたどこかでなくしてきたのよ。こいつ物をなくす天才。
だからヤスに物を持たすなといつも言っている。そいつはそそっかしいからいつも物をなくす。
一生懸命やってるんだからそんなこと言っちゃいけません。ほら、急いで探してらっしゃい。待ってるから。
Okay. Not wanting to hear my fellow servants complain even more, I spun around and headed off. If you lose a tool, you get in trouble. If no one knows who did it, we all get yelled at. So one of them will probably tell Madam that it was my fault. Still, it really is my fault that I lost it in the first place. I wonder when I lost it. When? We cleaned out the entire chapel today. The chapel is a large building behind the mansion. However, no one ever goes near it normally. Even so, we are ordered to clean it a few times each year. Kinzo calls it a sacred building, so Natsuhi is very strict about it. We'd cleaned it every little nook and cranny from top to bottom. It had taken all day. I had been in charge of cleaning the window frames, but I had also been given many smaller tasks. While those small jobs were keeping me busy, I completely forgot about the small broom, and I must have left it lying around somewhere. I began to hate myself for it. This isn't the first time this has happened. It happens all the time. Every time I set something down, it always disappears. It goes somewhere else, vanishes. I thought it was probably the witch, Beatrice, pranking me. The ghost of the witch gained power from Rokenjima's evil spirits and was reborn. Until Kumasawa-san told me, I never knew the meaning of the shrine on the rocks by the sea.
熊沢が語りしは漁師たちの間に語り継がれし古き古き物語。かつて六軒島は悪食島と呼ばれ、人の魂を喰らう。
Ah, good job, Kumasawa. You put thoughts in the child.
ねえ、熊沢。僕たちにも聞かせてよ。
恐ろしい、恐ろしい。六軒島の悪霊の物語よ。
いいですともいいですとも。六軒島はかつては
Azukishima? Okay, that's different.
もっと大昔の呼び名は悪食島でした。
It's gone through so many
船
names.
乗りを海の底に引きずり込んで魂を食らうと噂されておりまして、そんな恐ろしい悪霊がこの島にいるんでございますよ。
それは熊沢の好む。
She loves it. She loves her ghost stories. and her cod.
新しい使用人がやってくるたびに聞かせるお約束の会談。普段ならばくだらないと笑い捨てられるそれも、嵐の夜には不気味なうなりを聞かせるこの寂しい六軒島では、誰もが神妙に耳を傾けるのだった。
あの海岸の社は悪霊を封じ込めるためだったのね。
親方様も薄気味悪いオカルト趣味をお持ちだし、
お屋敷も薄気味悪くて何かが潜んで
そ
そう。
うですとも。旅の修験者がようやく抑え込
It's
む
like
の
some
が
sort of, you made a shonen manga for people to enjoy, really.
かろうじて封じ込められて
This
はいます
monk went Super Saiyan and
今
just barely
夜な
fought
夜
them
な
off.
犠牲者を求めて夜の屋敷を徘徊しているのですよ。うほほほほ
親方様の書斎見た？
見たわ。まるで悪魔の実験室だわ。
親方様は悪魔の研究をしているって噂だよ。
死んだ愛人ベアトリーチェを蘇らせる研究だって言ってたわ。
その魔法の実験の生贄に子供たちを呼び寄せてるんじゃないかって。
怖い。親方様に一人で書斎に来いって言われたらどうしよ
う。なんかね、昔書斎に行ったまま帰ってこない子がいたらしいよ。
きっと亡霊のベアトリーチェの新しい肉体にする実験の犠牲になったんだわ。
そうですとも。ベアトリーチェ様が肉体を求め亡霊となってさまよっておられる。
I love how much of this is Kumasawa's fault just because she justified like rumors a bunch of kid maids told and was like, yes, it's actually Kiddo is a crazy madman magician. You remember early on thinking the Fukuin house was making homunculi? I think that's what they wanted you to think.
2階の貴賓室はベアトリーチェ様の住
I think that's definitely what they wanted to lead people to believe.
お部屋を
Like, you know, with the whole furniture thing, calling them objects, and then also calling demons like Renove furniture.
さもないと
Like, every story about Beatrice is just something Kumasawa made up.
思春期の想像力たくましき少年少女たちにとって怪談は恐ろしいながらも魅力的なおとぎ話であった。
That explains why her counterpart is Virgilia, who is seen as Beatrice's predecessor or master or teacher.
一つの物語を共同し
She had a huge part in
共感する
making
こ
up
とで
Beatrice.
連帯感が生まれる。
Grandma jump scare.
すると共感は義務となり、それを受け入れることが共同体に加わる。
Yeah, she passed. The stories were passed down amongst old servant to new servant, which spread the legend of Beatrice. It was just one big game of
ずっと
telephone.
昔からそれは繰り返され、受け継がれてきた。
Oh, hi, Shannon.
私も六軒島でお勤めをするようになって熊沢さんや先輩方に聞かされました。
僕も聞かされたよ。主に姉さんにね。
私も聞かされましたとも。主に熊沢さんでした。
臆病そう
Grandma
な
loves their
シャドウ
stories.
男の子のカノンや大の大人のゴーダまで怪談を信じたの？
僕は別に信じてたわけでは。
怪談やジンクスなどはどこの職場にもあるものです。
Thanks for
私
interrupting,
がかつ
Goda.
て勤めておりましたホテルにもいくつもそういう話がありましたとも。
つまりバカバカしい話だと思って気にしなかった？
空気を読むってとこはあったかもしれない。
ですね。怪談もジンクスもその職場のローカルルールです。それに新参者が背けば打ち解けることはできませんからね。
そういうこと。
Yeah, just roll with it. Goda's like, I just rolled with it so that people wouldn't look at me weird.
なんて言うと姉さんと喧嘩になるからね。 上辺だけでも合わせた方が楽だったし。
もうそんな気持ちじゃ罰が当たるよ。
Ooh,
大怪我を
curse.
した人もいたらしいんだから。
What, a guy who tripped down some
そんな感じでどこの
stairs?
職場でもそういう話はある
Come
もの
on,
です
that's so easy to explain away.
職場の階段と会社創業者のとんでも武勇伝はどんなに突拍子がなくても受け入れて信じる。それが新しい職場に溶け込むということですとも。
みんな大人だね。
I went to each window around the chapel in the order I had cleaned them, searching carefully in all the places I might have left it. I had been cleaning the windows with it, so it had probably been set down near one of those. When did I leave it behind, I wonder? Now that I think about it, I don't think I had it anymore when I reached the last window, so I must have completely forgotten to clean that window frame. Ah. Through the window, I could see the others leaving one after another. Shannon turned around and glanced up, looking worried. I don't want to be responsible for making everyone wait, so I'm actually glad they're leaving without me. If I said I wanted them to wait for me, I'd be relying on them too much. The sun's beginning to set, and the chapel's getting darker and darker. I don't want to hang around in a place like this all by myself. I'd better find that small room fast. No, that's not all. I also need to clean the window frames I forgot. Madam is strict. She'll probably check all of the windows carefully. If she does, I'll be the one who gets in trouble tomorrow. But really, where did I lose it? Why did I lose it? The darkness grew and grew. When it became dark enough that I would need a light before long, I began to panic. I dashed around and around the chapel, tears streaming down my face. As I stumbled about pathetically, I could feel the presence of a prankster witch giggling at me from the crack of the door and gaps in the ceiling. The ghost of Beatrice, the master's mistress, wanders about in search of a body to this very day. As she absorbs the power of Rokanjima's evil spirits, her strength steadily grows, and she waits for the day of her resurrection. And, for some reason, she's peeking out at me. And if I ever take my eyes off something for a second, she snatches it away and hides it. This isn't the first time this has happened. Whenever I look away, keys, handkerchiefs, pencils, erasers, all of them vanish almost right away. Even though I was planning to use them later or just wanted to put them in their proper place, they disappear as soon as I turn around. It isn't someone hiding them as a prank. It's happened many times when I'm the only person around. Everyone always says I'm too careless and forgetful, and they laugh at me, get mad at me. I do try to be alert, but like some kind of bad joke, I lose things easily when I forget about them for just a short while. So, sometimes, I think, this eraser is gonna disappear sooner or later, and I stare at it. But at those times alone, it doesn't disappear. Nothing disappears when I'm alert. But as soon as I think I'm safe and the tension relaxes just a bit, then something else will disappear. Why is it always me? Whomstuff? Yeah, I hear you. I can tell that the witch is laughing at me as I lamely run around in circles. Listening to that voiceless laugh, I finally slammed my hands against the wall, crying tears of frustration. Please, just stop it. Why do you always hide my things and get me in trouble? And the witch answered.
愚かな。決まっておろうが。そなたがそうして困ってうろたえている姿が面白いから以外に、どんな理由があろうか。
I couldn't bear it. Even though I knew what she said was true, hearing it said directly was incredibly annoying. I understand. That small broom probably is somewhere in this chapel. No, that's not quite it. I'm sure that the moment before I reach this window is right there on the windowsill. That's right. I'm sure I put it by this window. But the prankster witch Beatrice used her magic. And and just before I reached the spot, she instantly teleported the small broom next to the window over. The instant I approached that window, a hole appeared beneath the small broom, swallowing it up. I'll gawp at her shenanigans, and it came out by the next window after that. It landed right inside it, as though it had been there the whole time. And this happened over and over again. As I ran up to that window, the small broom fell into a magic hole and went to the next window. And when I went to that window, it went to the next window. And I realized that she was just making fun of me. So no matter how much I searched, it would be useless. But if I stop searching, it'll just be there by one window or another. So this isn't a search. It's a test of endurance. I kept chasing after the small broom, and Beatrice kept making an escape to the next window over, trying to make me give up. This is an eternal chase that'll end only when one of us gives up. So I kept going around and around, even to windows that I knew I'd already searched. If it's not by this one, then try the next one, and the next one. And the witch kept moving the small broom to the next window, and the next. This seems fairly pointless. Just give it a rest. How long are you going to make fun of me? This isn't the only time. You always do this. The shrill, voiceless laugh of the formless witch continued to mock my sobbing. The witch is right beside me, laughing at me. As I dash around the chapel, she's following along with me, taunting me. Then, she must be there. She's right behind me, just over my shoulder, still cackling away. I know that turning around won't help, since she has no form. I can try to look, but I mustn't look with my eyes. Once my eyes tell me there's nothing there, I won't be able to see anymore. I learned that from the director of the Fukuin house. You mustn't try to see with your eyes. You must see with the eyes of your heart. The whole world is filled with God's love. In the many blessings of everyday life, one can see God, angels, and the Holy Ghost. If you try to look with your eyes, you won't see them, so you won't be able to see them. So you won't be able to feel them or understand them. With the eyes of the heart, you will quietly understand. You don't look at their image. You see and draw them with your heart. In this way, I learned how to recognize beings not of this world at the Fukuin house. It doesn't just mean being able to see God. This power lets one see all of those not of this world. Please stop it now. Stop this prank. I'm clumsy, bad at my job, and I do put things down and forget about them a lot. But I know which things were my fault and which things were because of your pranks. Love the games! It's all about the games, baby! I'm usually called Yasu when one of the older servants is laughing behind my back at some mistake I've made. So when I hear that name, it feels bad. She called me not by the blessed name given to me by the Fukuin house, but by that unblessed name. Upsetting the heart is a classic move that all evil beings make. They do it to make it harder for people to notice their presence. To beings like witches, being understood is like shoving them out into the light of day. It won't work. In the Fukuin house, I learned how to perceive those not of this world. So I'm already able to understand you. The eternal pain of being perceived. It won't work. I've now understood and perceived you. No matter how many unpleasant things you say, you'll just expose the ugliness of your heart. Without turning around, I slowly let my range of vision fill the entire chapel. It was as though the viewpoint of my soul was floating out from the shell of my head. See? Inch by inch, my range of vision is floating out of my head and drifting upwards. As I looked down at myself, standing there with head hanging and eyes tightly shut, the eyes of my heart, very slowly, rose up to the ceiling of the chapel. And when I looked down from there, I saw myself standing in the center of the chapel, and the witch standing behind me. Apparently, the witch realized that I could see her. Hi, Gop. I knew it was you. No one else loves Hole more than you do. She turned around and raised her eyes to look at the eyes of my heart floating by the ceiling. At last, I could see the witch Beatrice with the eyes of my heart. The demonic lips twisted in an ugly curve. It was clearly a challenging, repulsive, demon smile. She wore a blood-red dress and hat. The design was completely different from anything humans wore. Her hair was blonde. It had countless beautiful curls like a princess from a picture book. But there was no trace of cuteness about her.
そなたは他の人間たちとは少し違うように思っていたが、どうやらそれはわらわの間違いだったようだ。そなたは少しどころか、他の人間たちとはまるで違うらしい。
You sad witch who can be seen by no one, heard by no one. Have you been pulling these pranks all this time just to catch the attention of humans?
わらわの貧弱なる魔力を尽くし、人間どもの好きに介入するが、
No, believe me.
何をしても奴らは魔法とは思わぬ。ほんのちょっとした勘違いと決めつけ、わらわの存在をケーキのろうそくでも吹き消すかのように簡単に消し去ってしまう。
If so, then I've just saved you, because I understand you and have perceived you.
救うだわらわにとってそなたとの出会いなど、新しい暇つぶし以上でも以下でもないわ。
It's getting dark. I don't have time to play with you anymore.
おやおや、これはすまぬ。夢中で遊んでいると暗くなるのに気づかぬものだ。
Please give it back. My cleaning tool.
ちびぼうきとやらか。
Small broom, chibi broom.
あるぞ。その隣の窓辺に。
But as soon as I get close, you'll move it to the next window over.
我が姿が神出鬼没であるように、指を一つ鳴らすだけで、このように自由自在よ。
The witch snapped her fingers, and various things throughout the chapel were sucked into a black pitfall beneath them, disappearing. No, they didn't disappear. They instantly vanished into the dark holes. Other dark holes appeared in completely different parts of the chapel, and the vanished objects fell out of those. Chairs, musical scores, clocks, and vases started appearing and disappearing all across the room. It made it feel as though countless tools were flying about the chapel. That's true. Every mild inconvenience is just a slight against me by magical creatures most people can't perceive. As a perfect being, I don't make mistakes. It's other people messing with me.
さすがにこれではいたずらの域を超えるのでな。
I wonder what the difference between a prank and a magic is to a witch. When she snapped her fingers again, all of the loud flying objects returned to their original spots, and silence fell.
そなたをわらわを捕らえたとな。それは同じであるわ。わらわがそなたを捕らえたのと同じことであるぞ。
To be known is to be captured. Ooh. The Fukuan director told me not to try and see evil beings. If you see them, they will possess you. Now that I understood this witch, a bond had been formed between us.
その通り。そなたがわらわを認めたおかげで、わらわはそなたとの縁を得た。日々に退屈していたわらわにとって、そなたごとき幼子であっても、話し相手が生まれるのは良いことだ。
I'll talk to you from time to time. So will you stop pulling pranks like this?
いや、話し相手ではない。
No.
遊び相手であるわ。
I do what I want.
遊びならば、いたずらはつきものであろう。まあよい。今日はこ
これで十分楽しんだ。気が陰る。
I guess this is why Gop and Beato are such besties.
わらわもそなたの前にいつまでも姿を現すのは疲れる。今日はこれにてお開きとしようではないか。ほうき一本でそなたとたっぷり遊ぶ。
This fun seems very one-sided. Please give it back.
嫌だ。これはそなたとの出会いの記念。
Aw, I'm gonna get in
わらわが頂
trouble.
戴するぞ。文句はないな。
If I said I did, would you give it back to me?
わらわは人間の言うことなど
Never.
聞きはせぬ。しかし友人の言うことには耳を傾け
Gotta
る
be
ではない。
besties if I'm gonna give you this broom. If you give it back, I'll acknowledge you as a friend.
愚かな人間。それが魅力的な
You
取
need
引
more
とでも思ったか。
leverage.
わらわに取引を持ちかけたくば神秘の魔法陣の一つも描いてみせよと言いたいところだが。
Okay, but I'll do it anyways.
そなたの申し
Cop is
出
so
は
funny.
か
What do you
そ
mean
な
you
た
might?
を我が友人として迎えてよいものか。何しろ魔女は天の弱。
Contrarian.
答えを求められたら即答を拒むのが魔女というものよ。
Understood. Then I'll leave the small broom with you. Please give it back when you decide to become my friend.
このほうきそなたとの友情の架け橋となるや否かしばらく預からせてもらいそれを迷う越を楽しませてもらおうぞ。
When the witch snapped her fingers, the broom for which I had searched for so long fell out of a hole in the air, landing between the fingers she had just snapped.
それではさらばだ。そなたとの遊戯退屈はしなかったぞ。ぜひまた遊ぼうぞ。
If you're my friend, that is.
猫はネズミをいたぶるとき友情を育んでからいたぶるという。
I guess not. I've seen a lot of Tom and Jerry cartoons. I wouldn't describe them as friends. Goodbye, Gopatrice. I guess you're playing the role of Beatrice right now. You'll be Gop later. The witch faded away. As she did, the eyes of my heart shut themselves. When I returned to my body, I felt suddenly tired and let out the breath I'd been holding. Of course, when I turned around, there was no one to be seen. I couldn't feel the witch's presence anywhere anymore. It had gotten very dark by this time. I decided to leave the chapel. There's no point in searching for the small broom any longer. Not until the witch decides to give it back. I went out of the chapel. The chapel key had been left in the lock. I used it to lock the door. What am I going to do about the small broom? There's nothing I can do. I can't even blame the witch. I must acknowledge that I'm responsible for giving the witch a chance. When I happened to glance downwards, I saw a small broom lying there by my feet. That was fast! That was a quick turnaround! It was the broom I had been searching for all this time. Don't tell me that it'll be swallowed up by a dark hole the instant I bend over to pick it up. No, this is a sign from the witch. A sign that she acknowledges me as a friend. I picked it up. Oh, I am one yet many.
この島に来て初めてできた友人はどうやら人間
We
で
have
はない
attained our first cope topa, everybody. Good job.
しかし思い返せばそれは当然魔女の島でできる友人はどうして魔女でなかろうかこれが我とベアトリーチェの初めての出会いであるしかしながら勘のいい諸見はお気づきのよう
Yeah, it was that Gop.
これは本当のベアトリ
She
ー
was
チ
just
ェ
having a
との
lark.
出
She
会い
was
で
pretending.
我がベアトリーチェと呼ぶその魔女は後に他の名で呼ばれることと
Listen, they're all like actors. They can change roles, I guess.
しかし人ならざるものであることに違いはないそして
人ならざる者に縁を持つこと、人ならざる世界への縁を持つことともなる。我は未だこれより六軒島で数奇なる運命をたどることになるとは知る由もなかったのである。
End of Chapter 2, The First Friend. And that will be have to end where we end tonight. Oh, Claire Voxoff Bernardus. That's her name. Created by Bergcastle to be a reader, or perhaps a substitute actor. Technically, she is a vessel used to personify Beato in her game. Therefore, she has no personality of her own. In that sense, perhaps she is not a person, but a tool. Her name signifies her position as the final guide in Beato's game. Naruru. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, that'll be where we have to end tonight. Thanks for watching, everybody. And there will be no stream tomorrow, but on Thursday, I will be streaming Guilty Gear Strive. We're going to be trying out Asuka, our Kroots. I don't know how to pronounce the hashtag # that follows his name in some versions. Who's streaming currently? Oh my gosh, a lot of people are streaming. Let's see who. I'm gonna pick somebody to raid. I'm gonna do a little eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It looks like a fellow VTuber, Golden Kenji, is doing a Dokapon Kingdom collab. And Dokapon Kingdom seems to be a very violent game, and I love violence that I don't have to participate in. So we're gonna go raid him. There we go. So yeah, on Thursday we'll have Strive with Asuka, so look forward to that. This has been very fun. There will be more Umineko next week, so see you then, everybody. Thanks for watching. And aren't we all but one of many? 99!